you're gonna like count me down to. Good morning and welcome to the 2026 ICSA College Sailing Team Racing National Championships. We are in sunny New Orleans, Louisiana at the Southern Yacht Club where Tulane is hosting this event. I'm here with Charlie Enright. My name's Clay Johnson, and we are here all day to give you live footage of the second day of this championship. Charlie, talk to us a little bit about the weather and what's to come today.
Should be a good day of sailing today. We should have 6 to 10 knots of wind out of this southeast direction. The forecast today looks a lot better than the forecast for tomorrow, so I think you'll see the race committee kind of pushing racing deep into the afternoon. We're going to finish the round of 16, which was started yesterday, move into a round of 8 before going to a final 4. Clay, you were here yesterday. Can you talk to us a little bit about what you saw on the race course?
Yeah, so yesterday was a great day. They finished 90 of the 120 races that are in the first round of 16. And I think the common teams that we expected to be at the top of the field are right up there and competing for the national championship. Harvard had a great day. They finished 11-0. Stanford right there at 10-2. Coincidentally, those two teams race each other early in the day today, so we'll watch that one. Brown had a solid start to the day. They're right in there at 8-3. And then you have this group of Navy, Charleston, and Roger Williams all with 7 wins. And then Georgetown, UPenn, and Tulane all with 6 wins. So I think the priority for a lot of these teams is to make it into the final 8 and provide some opportunities to eventually make it into the final 4. So we're going to be watching those kind of like groups of teams as we progress and see which teams are going to make the moves.
Yeah, it's interesting. You're always kind of racing to get into that next round, but your overall record is what matters. So every race is just as important as any race for that matter. And we're on tap for some good racing here on Lake Pontchartrain today.
Yeah, I talked to Kyle Assad. He's the PRO. He did a fantastic job yesterday, and their intention is to start right on time. So we're watching the sailboats get all down to the starting line and get ready to go. I know this first race is going to be UPenn and Dartmouth, which is an important race for both of these teams. These are two bubble teams trying to make it into the round of 8. And, like you were saying, a race win is a race win, and they're important to move on, and your overall standing is what counts.
I think I just saw that Penn won the American Trophy last weekend, the Mesa Fleet Racing Championship. So good to see them as a up-and-coming team in the conference, and good to see them representing well here in New Orleans.
Yeah, they've been sailing well lately. You know, yesterday was an interesting day. It was a similar breeze direction. And just looking out on the water right now, it was probably a little breezier, but it was a really tricky day. Kind of reminded me of a choppy day on the Charles River, which doesn't really sound like something you get often, but it was shifty. There were a lot of big shears. No race was safe, whether you were winning or whether you're behind. And the team racing teams that were the good team racing teams that were maybe found themselves behind at certain points, but there were opportunities to catch up, and they took advantage of them.
Yeah, Lake Pontchartrain can be really difficult. There's a lot of waves that reverberate kind of around the concrete walls that surround the lake, and it can be a little bit like a washing machine at times. So as much as this is a team race championship, you got to make sure you got your boat going fast through the water at all times.
That was definitely a factor yesterday. There were some big speed differences. Boat handling was at a premium. You could tell the teams that had solid boat handling were able to take advantage of that. And you're right, like kind of 3 of the 4 directions here, it's wide open Lake Pontchartrain, so you can get some chop. And the 4th direction comes right off this break wall here, but a lot of reverberation, and there's just a lot of concrete around.
Yeah, and you got to kind of stay tuned in because we have split fleets here at the Team Race Nationals. We have 420s and FJs, so with boat speed being a priority, you got to be able to transition back and forth through the fleets throughout the day. We are here again at a Team Race Championship, but the fastest boats usually come out on top.
Yeah, really good point. So for the viewers that are watching the screen now, the FJs are the ones with the colored mains, which is pretty easy for viewing. The 420s are the boats with the white mains and colored stripes and clue panels. Yeah, so we're going to be watching some FJs first. UPenn is going to be in green 1, 2, 3, and they're going to sail off against Dartmouth in 4, 5, 6, the blue sails. And it looks like they're just making some final tweaks to the course. But I do think we're going to get racing pretty soon here.
Yeah, you can see the blue and green sails down by the committee boat now. Whether or not they're in sequence yet, unsure. But just given where they are relative to the committee boat, they're getting ready to go.
So you mentioned earlier about the forecast. Tomorrow, it does not look that great. It looks really light.
Looks pretty grim.
Yeah. Maybe breeze directions from about 4 or 5 different directions, and potential for some thunderstorms. So with 90 of the 120 races completed, we have 30 more races in the round of 16, and then a final round of 8, which is only 28 races, and then a final 4, which is only 6 races, making a total of 64 races left to go. And I think there's a good chance that we finish this regatta today.
Looks like they're approaching the start line here. We got the green and the blue mainsails. We got 2 pairs kind of on the line right now, and it looks like kind of 1 pair wide left and currently off the screen.
Yep, just a reminder, Penn is in green, Dartmouth in blue. Oh, I see the individual recall flag go up. The Penn boat is circling around. I'm curious to see if this is a steadier day than yesterday. Yesterday was a really puffy, sheery kind of day. They had to take some pauses in the middle of the day to recalibrate the course. So far, I would say the breeze looks a little steadier out there.
Looks like blue got off the line pretty strong there. One of the green boats was over early. I think they're probably trying to get a breakaway play 1 here, but boat 2 in green is definitely in the mix. It's a little lighter at the top of the course as we look at those windward marks and the finish boat.
The top of the course is pretty close to shore to facilitate the rotations. That's a good point. I would expect it to be maybe a little lighter, maybe a little shiftier as you get up to the top.
When you get these shifty conditions, it's kind of like, do you engage right away or do you pick your time? You know what I mean? When the breeze is up and down and left and right, you got to be really strategic about when you choose to engage.
Absolutely. So we can see 4 of the boats in this race. Looks like the blue boat is leading out to the left, leading out in the middle pair, and just off screen, same thing, the blue boat leading out. So
looks like boat 1's doing a nice job moving forward here on boat 5. Green could have an opportunity to solidify the 2-3 here.
we will be incorporating some drone footage into our coverage, and I think that's going to be happening pretty soon. So we'll do the best we can with the camera angle from shore. Here we go.
This is a battle. Tough to tell what's going on in that pair all the way to looker's right, course left. Green coming back ahead.
Show the coverage from this race. All right, checking back in. So it looks like green is winning that pair coming back from the course left. In the middle, boat 3 looks ahead of 4. So I would say that green, the Penn team, is winning at least 2 out of these 3 pairs.
And look like potentially the most advanced pairs as well.
So coming into Mark 1.
Looks like a play 2 here for blue.
Agreed. Well, yeah, it's definitely play 2 for blue. Is Penn in a play 1 or a play 4? Either way, I'm looking for 1 to really clamp down on 6. Good job by 4, really clamping down on 1. You can see they're over trimming their main, they're luffing their jib. And they tack out.
Close quarters there between 5 and 2.
Yep, 5 just trying to hold up on 2. 6 had to jibe around.
Interesting, 4 overlaps below 5 there. Got to be careful here. This is one of those situations as the 5 where you got to decide,
I mean,
do you keep the ace or do you go play 1 here?
I think that guy just tacked, I think the Penn boat just tacked into second place right there.
That's kind of what I'm saying.
Oh, here we go. Here's our drone footage. Gives us a bird's eye view. So Penn and green is looking like they might have an opportunity to go play 1. Look for a little bump by 3 and let his teammate 1 sail through.
Not insignificantly here, we have the 6 spinning in the back. So not only has green come out with a play 1 here, but have a pretty strong ace. When you're in the 5 here, it looks like they're sailing right up into the 4 and potentially leaving themselves in a position where they can't continue to attack the boat that's in 6th. Always tempting to push the race forward. And there's advantages to it as well. I mean, we just saw the boat go from 5th to 2nd. But the situation's a little different.
So Penn's looking pretty strong. 1, 2, 5. Boat number 3 in second place for Penn is going high to defend against one of those Dartmouth boats in number 4.
Whoop. Double jibe. Triple jibe.
Quadruple.
Not super windy out there, and if everyone's saying today is going to be better than tomorrow, I don't really want to see what tomorrow looks like. There's a crossover point with true wind speed where you're not losing in the maneuvers and sometimes even gaining in the maneuvers. And it looks like we're beneath that threshold.
I would agree with that statement.
When it's really windy, you do maneuvers, you lose. In conditions like this, they don't hurt you and sometimes even help you, not only in terms of positioning, but in having the boat go through the water quicker.
So it looks to me like that blue Dartmouth boat actually might be in first. Number 6, do you think they're going to cross? They're certainly trying to jibe a few times to get there.
I think now would be a good time to cross. Looks like green's conceded.
And they're going to go play 2.
Playing back here.
We can see Mark 3 coming into our view. Marks 3 and 4 are green. Marks 1 and 2 will be orange today.
Good to see the umpires close there. Setting up for a double trap here. Green's 2-3-6 coming into the bottom. Blue trying to hold on to a play 4.
Oh, umpire vote.
Ooh, sorry about it.
Geez, everyone's doing a pretty good job at executing their jobs. 2-3 are really trying to slow down the 4. The 5 is trying to gap the 6. 4 was able to break around the mark there.
Can they go back here?
I don't think they're quite ready to come back yet. That 1's pretty close.
And they release. It's interesting in this 5-6. You know, you go from owning the circle to an exposed windward boat here. 5 trying to get the hook. Ooh, dangerous.
You have to be really careful there because if you get to the 2 boat length zone, then all of a sudden you owe them room.
Exactly. There's a lot of things that come into play. It's not just the windward leeward. As you talked about, you got the 2 boat length circle.
Right here, do they have an overlap?
I'd say they do.
I would agree.
But is it enough? The last thing I was going to say there is that as much as all the windward leeward, you know, trying to get the hook, the 2 boat length circle matter, so does the relativity of your bow. If you stay bow forward in a position of strength, you're going to feel a lot better. Starboard boats come into play. Ooh, we got a penalty. I'll tell you what, the still camera, it's a lot easier to see the colors on the mains than it is from that drone.
Yeah.
With the glare of the sun.
So Dartmouth in the blue is looking pretty strong right here.
You ever sailed at Penn?
You know, I never sailed at Penn. How about you?
I have not. I was just thinking about the time I spent on Lake Muskoma up in Dartmouth. And got to thinking, I don't know much about where Penn sails.
Yeah, Coach Isaac Clark has done a really good job with that Penn team. They have kind of been hanging out in, you know, obscurity a little bit, and he's brought them back to relevancy, and he's recruited well and coaches them well, and here they are playing and trying to get into the top 8 of the Nationals.
That's cool to see. I mean, there's a lot of enthusiastic Penn alumni still active in the sport today. So it's cool to see the resurgence of the program. And, you know, kudos to them for, like we talked about, winning the American Trophy last week. And good to see them putting their best foot forward here on Lake Pontchartrain.
Yeah. So blue Dartmouth team is looking pretty strong. They're probably about halfway up the last beat. Looks like they're winning at least 2 pairs. There's an uncovered Penn boat towards the right, but they might be covered.
Looks like that boat 4 from Dartmouth is kind of the gatekeeper. If they're not all on the lay line, it's about 90% starboard to the finish. Dartmouth's got to be feeling pretty strong here after what was a pretty back-and-forth race.
It was a pretty back-and-forth race.
Looks like a lift there. Looks like the leewardmost boat of the Dartmouth threesome is going to lay no problem.
And this is kind of reminding me a little bit about yesterday, where oftentimes there would be these shears that would come in on the last beat, and you know the whole beat, 80% of the beat would be on one tack. So Dartmouth's going to have a 1. Yeah, they're all laying. Dartmouth's going to win this one pretty solidly, 1, 2, 3.
When you get a really asymmetric leg like that, you want to be doing all your slowing on the short tack.
Correct.
All your pushing on the long tack.
Well, congratulations to Dartmouth for wrestling that one away from the UPenn team. That's an important win for Dartmouth. They were hanging out in 10th place at 5-6, so that's going to bring them up to 6-6, and bring Penn down to 6-6. So there are about 4 teams right now, all with 6 wins. 2 of them are going to get into the top 8, and 2 of them are going to be left without a chair. So that's a big win for Dartmouth if they have aspirations of moving on in this event.
What race do we have coming downwind here with the black and red sails?
Yeah, maybe we can check in with the black and red sails that are going downwind. The black sails are your Brown University Bears, and the red team, 13, 14, 15, is the Georgetown Hoyas.
Looks like we got another race on course here as well. Got some jack-o'-lantern colors. We got some orange and some gray. Looks pretty congested there at that Brown Georgetown race at the bottom mark. Looks like the Brown Bears in a play too. Or is that Georgetown?
Black is brown, so they are looking solid in a play too.
We got the jack-o'-lantern race here coming up the last beat to the finish. Looks like orange is in a play 4. And what schools are those?
So this is the second race of the day. The orange team is the College of Charleston, and the gray-black sails is the U.S. Naval Academy.
Oh, okay.
Another important race for 2 teams kind of hanging out in the middle of the top 8 group. Navy had a great day yesterday to finish 7-3. Charleston 7-4. And I know these are 2 teams that are, aspiring to be on the podium here, so important one.
Big foul there. Giving a play 1 to orange.
Yeah.
Oh, must have been an umpire call. 7:20. Some big right shifts here on this last beat.
So there's the finish line coming into view. Charleston looking pretty solid. They have a 1-3. I think that third place is just trying to sail straight across the line and call it a day. Not too much that black boat can do.
Yeah, the only other option would have been to continue to extend and try to use the finish line as a desperation mark trap room situation. But at some point a race is a race, and Charleston will come out of that one victorious.
All right, so Charleston's going to take down the Naval Academy. The race just following that, which is the one, the red sails of Georgetown and the black sails of Brown, is coming up the last beat, right behind these guys.
Brown looking fairly strong here. Potential foul situation on the left-hand side of the race course. Looker's right. Looks like Brown might come out of that unscathed. Looks like we're getting ready for the 4th race of the day.
Yeah, off camera, the Georgetown team and Brown team is coming up to the finish line. It's a close race. Brown's looking like they're winning 2 pairs. The next race after this is going to be Harvard-Stanford, which I know that a lot of people wanted to see. Harvard had a fantastic day yesterday, finishing 11-0. Stanford kind of right behind them at 10-2, and these are two of the teams that we expect to be there at the end. So this is an important race for both squads. Harvard is going to be in the red 420s, number 1, 2, 3, and Stanford is in the blue 420s, 16, 17, 18. Looks like they're getting ready to start the race.
Pretty impressive of 16 to sneak across the line like that.
Yeah. So it looks like the race has started. I don't see an individual recall flag. This is live. So we can see all 6 boats. I would say Harvard is probably in a 156 at the moment. Harvard's lead boat is in the middle of our screen. Stanford's definitely winning the pair on the course left side, and I think they're winning this pair on the course right side here. Guess I'm curious if that boat to the right side of our screen has the 1 or if this middle Harvard boat has the 1. I think if I'm 3, I tack and try to go with 17 here.
I think at 11-0, they know what they're doing.
Yeah, I shouldn't criticize too much. All right, so here's the cross with the lead Harvard boat and the lead Stanford boat. Let's say it's a tie at the moment.
A little pair switch there. It's always dangerous when the race splits into 2 threesomes.
Yeah, we have a threesome that we're looking at right now heading towards the left. There's another threesome just kind of upwind of them.
Until those boats on the left tacked, it didn't look like any of the boats were actually moving through the lake.
All right, so I would say that Harvard's boat 1 is in first. I would say that 16 is ahead of 2. 18 is ahead of 3. All right, they're laying the mark here. So Harvard's going to be either in a Harvard's probably going for a play 4.
Looks like it.
Stanford's going to be going for a play 2. So the lead Harvard boat's a little far ahead right here. Stanford's trying to own this weather mark and make sure that they exit in a solid play 2. Harvard's going play 4. It looks like boat 3 has 17. So boat 2 is going to try and push this whole thing around.
Yeah, interesting there.
I saw a red flag come up from one of the umpires. And I see boat 2 spinning.
Maybe they didn't quite get across that trailing starboard boat. So that Harvard boat that
Oh,
is a double penalty. That'll leave a mark. Interesting that the Stanford boat had to tack to lay. That makes it pretty hard to slow.
So as that weather mark shakes out, it looks like Harvard is in a 1.56. Stanford pretty solid in a 2.34. Though I will say the 5 and the 4 are close to each other.
Doesn't look like 2's going to lay. Have to do 2 maneuvers here.
I think you're right.
Breeze has really gone right. That wind shift's going to make it easier for Stanford on this run, trying to stretch down. More of a broad reach than a run.
Right, a little bit of a parade. So, all right, Charlie, if you're boat number 1 for Harvard right now and your teammates are in 5th and 6th, what's going through your mind right now? What can you do to try to, reclaim this race a little bit?
Yeah, it's a little different. It's a little different with the wind shift, like we discussed. So I think you can do what you can to slow the race down. Getting on a starboard on the short jibe would definitely do that. We're seeing boat 1 kind of take that approach right here, but you can only go so long because the 3 is going to be coming to apply pressure too. So boat 1's in a pretty tough spot here.
You saw boat 1 take a stab at 16 and ask for an umpire, followed by a green flag. Yeah, condense is all you can kind of do right now, is just slow them down as much as you can. Hope your teammates can try to catch up a little bit.
Should be a good opportunity to slow on this next offset.
Stanford's doing a really nice job. They're in a solid play too. You can see their boats 18 and 16 are kind of splitting up a little bit to make it more difficult for 1 to slow them both down. Just trying to keep this race moving forward.
It'd be interesting to see 1 comes back here on starboard. There they go.
I don't know if they have quite a grip.
I don't think they do. I think now that they've jibed into a position of weakness, Stanford's quick. It's actually pretty well done by 1. About all you can do.
That's about all you can do. Slow the race down as much as possible. Try to let your teammates catch up a little bit. All right, the 5th place Harvard boat tacked out. I like that move by Stanford. Don't have your more vulnerable boat tack out and follow him. Take your stronger boat to tack out and follow him. So they're dividing up pretty well.
Everything stays status quo in this one. It'll be Harvard's first loss.
Yeah.
Chink in the armor. See if it sets the tone for the day, or if they're able to bounce back. Still a lot of race to go here, though.
Yeah, about halfway up this last leg. I think Stanford's looking pretty strong.
Maybe a little desperation move there by 3, looking for something out on this right-hand side.
Yeah, I think the problem is that they're just about laying, or certainly close to it. So 1's trying to, they're getting pretty desperate themselves as the lead Harvard boat. They're going to try to have to look for a double pin, or maybe try to induce a foul in some way.
For a second there, it looked like 2 was getting bow forward on 18, but 18 looks pretty comfortable tacking back here on top.
Yeah, I think our perspective is a little off here. I think 18 has a bit of a lead on 2 at the moment.
some commentary from the coach's peanut gallery here around kinetics at the top of the course with very little wind.
I think Stanford's looking pretty solid here and just pushing to get across this finish line.
'17 with the 1. So pretty short finish line there.
Stanford either got second or third. It was a close finish, but either way, that is a Stanford win over the undefeated Harvard team, which is going to drop Harvard to 11-1 and raise Stanford to 11-2, equal on wins for the regatta so far. Great race between two teams that are, expected to be there at the very end. I wouldn't say I'm super surprised. I think that the Stanford team is really quite quick and did a nice job of keeping it close, because that race swings the other way, and then all of a sudden you find yourself down 3 races and losing one of the maybe a tiebreaker down the line. So that's an important race win for Stanford.
That's what I was just going to say. These teams will most likely face each other twice again here, and with the scores being as close as they are, it'll be a head-to-head tiebreaker. 2v2 more. Looks like we got another race on the course here.
Here's a live view from the porch as we get set for this next race to watch.
It's a beautiful view here from the Southern Yacht Club, looking out onto the open team race national race course. Got some boats coming in to rotate, heading back out. Race committee's doing a good job rolling these races as quickly as they can, given the need to have the boats come in and rotate. So we got another race coming up the first beat here, just approaching the weather mark. Believe it to be Hobart and the Coast Guard.
So yes, we do in fact have Hobart versus Coast Guard. Hobart is in the gray sail numbers 4, 5, and 6. Coast Guard is in the green ones 13, 14, 15, approaching the weather mark. Charlie, these are two more up-and-coming teams. They're probably a little far out of it for making it to the round of 8, but they were two very competitive teams. Took some race wins off some solid squads yesterday. And I know this is an important race for these guys as they battle it out for overall positioning.
Again, as it relates to tiebreakers, these are two teams that are quite close in the standings, so potential double implication here as these two teams go head-to-head.
So in this race, we have a Hobart boat in first and 5th and 6th. So looks like the Coast Guard Academy is in a solid play too. Hobart in the 5th and 6th. They're going to try to catch up a little bit and hope to get a grip on one of these Coast Guard boats and try to go play 4. I'm hearing some chatter on the race committee radio about the shifty conditions out there, and the breeze has gone right a little bit. So you can see that the orange flag in the background pointing a bit further right than it was before, and they're talking about moving the bottom of the course over to square it all up. So we can stay with this race as we follow them on the downwind. Hobart's remaining in a 1.56, Coast Guard in a 2.34.
Certainly here we got a Zim Sailing feather banner in front of us, blowing from the right. So it's no surprise to hear the race committee talk about potentially shifting the course here. You know, we're seeing long starboard upwinds and long port downwinds. You know, certainly having the course square not only makes it fair, but creates more parity.
Mm. So the lead Hobart boat has rounded the leeward mark. Coast Guard is coming around. Looks like they're still pretty solidly in a 2.34. So that fifth place Hobart boat is overlapped and is now heading up. Good for them. You know, that might have been a missed opportunity for Coast Guard to maybe do an extra little bump on that lead Hobart boat and let your teammate round in first, or ahead of you rather. Because now all of a sudden Hobart's in a 1.46, maybe even a 1.45. Yeah, and in fact the combos changed. Changed. The Coast Guard boat number 13 did not round in fourth. He got headed up hard by boat number 5, and it's a new game. Hobart's in a 1.45.
Yeah, we talked about that a little bit before. I mean, you go from the controlling boat in the 2 boat length circle at Mark III to potentially susceptible to a boat that had previously been outside, which is now the lured boat on the 3-4 reach here.
Yeah,
Mark,
and
Mark 3 to Mark 4.
I think it could have been avoided a little bit. Coast Guard looked really strong in a 2.34, and you know, if your 4 isn't quite as strong on the 5, then maybe let one of your teammates help out. Give them a little bump and really solidify the 2.34. I see an umpire flag here, and I see boat number 4 spinning. Not a good sign for Hobart. Coast Guard's looking to take advantage of that. They locked up 5, so that
5's locked up, but bow forward here. And maybe sailing towards help from boat 6.
I think that's Hobart's best chance right now, because 4 is pretty deep, and 13 and 14 are doing a nice job of covering him.
6 has got to hang around long enough to spring 5 bow out, but make sure they don't put themselves in jeopardy with boat 14 on the right. Eventually 15 will succumb to the bad air of 5. There'll probably be a matching tack somewhere. 15's hanging in there, though.
They are.
Oh my gosh. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I see 15 slowing, which tells me that they're doing a good job of just pinning boat 5 out, not letting him come back for any help.
Got to be careful, though. It's interesting, as your boat 15, you know, kind of struggling to stay bow forward, the right shift helps you a little bit. You can use the shift to advance your position. Everything got a little too close, and they bailed out.
They got close. You're right. I saw a flag an arm go up, but I think I see a green flag. So no foul there.
A little bit of a switch here. 14's now going to be in a better position on 5.
Yep. All right, so 14's going to come down on 5 and clamp him hard and let his teammate improve.
It was a good race.
I'll tell you what, that other Hobart boat is pretty far back. So with a deep 6, you really need a second or a third place finish out of boat number 5. Boat 5 is pretty controlled at the moment.
boat 6 setting up for kind of hoping to see more out of boat 6 there, just kind of cross the line.
Yeah. Well, it looks like Hobart is going to finish this one with a 1.56. Coast Guard finishing with a 2.34 and the race win. Coast Guard's going to improve its overall record to 4-8. And Hobart's going to drop to 2-10.
Commercial breaks or anything?
So there's one more race sailing right now. So for our viewers at home, there's one more race on the course right now. It looks like it is Tulane in the pinkish colored number, 789, red, pink. Northwestern in 10, 11, 12. They're halfway up the last beat, so they're on their way to the finish. And then PRO Kyle Assad has taken a pause in action for the rest of the races just to kind of reconfigure the course and maybe square it up a little bit. Breeze has gone a bit right. Here's the Tulane Northwestern race. You know, two interesting storylines here. Tulane has become really a premier program in the country these days. And Coach Charles Higgins and assistant Jocelyn Rovniak have done a great job with that squad, and they always sell well at home. So they're always going to be a factor here. Right now they entered the day they're sitting at 6-6, so they're kind of right on that bubble in the top 8. So this is an important race for them. And then on the other side of the coin is Northwestern. Northwestern was the champs from the Midwest region, so they got their bid and came here. And you know, unfortunately, their record is over. But I watched them sail a lot yesterday, Charlie, and they were in all of these races. They were a competitive squad, and they gave some teams a really hard run. And I think that speaks volumes to, you know, their improvement and progress in the Midwest.
It's definitely great to see teams from New Orleans, teams from Chicago. You know, sometimes college sailing gets a reputation for being very Nisa Mesa Pacific Coast centric, and you know, it's great to see teams from other parts of the country, you know, finding success at this level.
Absolutely. So for people watching at home, it looks like Tulane is going to win this one with a 1-2. Probably a 1-2-5 as I look in the background here.
It's got to be cool for the Tulane sailors, sleeping in your own bed, rolling down to a national championship at home.
They've done a great job. I mean, I've been around the Southern Yacht Club for a day and a half now, and they have a lot of volunteers. Everyone's been really friendly. A lot of great space here. The boats are great. The sailing's fantastic. They put on a first-class event. So that's really nice to see and what you want out of a national championship. So for people at home, again, we're taking a quick break. There are boats near the starting line. They're getting ready to go very soon. The next race up is going to be Dartmouth in green, St. Mary's in blue.
So we got Dartmouth and St. Mary's here on the first beat. In the green and blue FJ mainsails. just came into the picture there.
All right, the course is reset. The course is square. I would say it looks about the same velocity, though I have seen a couple smaller, couple puffs rolling through. Hopefully this breeze holds nicely. So again, important race for Dartmouth in particular. As it stands at the moment, you know, they're sitting in 8th place, 6 wins. All important wins to try to make it into that top round. This is something you don't see often too. We have 3 green boats all the way to the right in our view and 3 blue boats all the way to the left in our view.
Somebody's got to know something that someone else doesn't.
And the reason is they're at the weather mark. So Dartmouth in green looks like they're rounding in a 1-2. 6. Wait for that cross.
Yeah.
1-2-6. All right, Charlie, talk me through a 1-2-6. What are your priorities for each of these 3 Dartmouth boats?
I would say that you want to keep the race moving here. You know, boat 2 and boat 3, who are in first and second in the race, are going to try to not mess with each other here on this run between Mark 2 and Mark 3, and try to sail away from the chasing pack of 3. You know, the 6 has an opportunity here in last on a downwind leg. You know, to try to clamp on the 5 and to just gum up the whole thing and let the 1-2 extend. Again, looks like a port jibe favored run. Kind of keep your air forward and clear if you're the boats ahead. Just now starting to snap those jibs onto a wing.
So there's a big difference being in a 1-2 with a little bit of a gap between the lead opponent and a closer 1-2, because in this case you're right. Boats 2 and 3, they're in first and second. They can, you know, give each other clear air, sail fast. They're not as affected by their opponents, and keep this race moving. That's why, you know, next level sailing is you might find yourself losing halfway up, 3/4 of the way up that first leg, but if you can keep it close, you might give yourselves an opportunity on the downwind where all of a sudden you might have an advantage of getting the wind first.
Yeah, as much as it's about the combination, you know, it's just as much about the spacing.
Right.
You know, between the boats, between the pairs, and it kind of changes the way you look at the race.
Right. So, yeah, Dartmouth in these green boats, they look pretty comfortably ahead in a 1-2. It looks like their last boat, maybe they're in 5th, maybe they're in 6th, that they can get a hold of somebody, a hold of that lead St. Mary, or that, excuse me, last place St. Mary's boat, then they've got an ace up their sleeves in case something falls apart up front. If not, they just want to slow everybody down, slow the chase down so that it makes it easier for your teammates.
Looking pretty good for Dartmouth here. First place boat tacks around the mark, so it's not covering its second place teammate.
So in a 1-2-6, it is a little bit of a fleet race for these top 2 boats. You know, it's not super stable because you're covering 3 boats who are trying to chase you down. You can't cover them all at once. Dartmouth has the benefit a little bit here that one of the chasing opponents is pretty far back, so they only have 2 boats to worry about. But
it's a balance here between fleet racing and kind of keeping a loose cover on the competition.
right, you don't want to get suckered in any tacking duels. You don't want to get, you know, chaotic with anything. You just want to cover and go to the finish line.
Smart switch every now and then with your teammate, but try to minimize maneuvers as you head towards the finish.
Now here's another thing, looking at this whole picture here. That trailing Dartmouth boat, the 3rd boat, tacked away from The 5. In that situation, I usually like to follow the 5. That way, if the 5 goes all the way out to the side of the course and gets some crazy shift, then you're there and sails into the 1, then you're there too, and you sail into the 2, and then you can still win the race with a 2, 3, 4. So maybe that's a lesson for anyone watching here. You can be helpful even if you're in the 6 and your teammates are in the 1, 2. There's always something you can be doing. And now they've tacked back, and they are, in fact, going in the same direction as the 5.
Something that's pretty easy to learn on the Charles River.
There's a shift or two on the Charles River. Pair discipline is very important. So Dartmouth looking pretty strong right here in the 1, 2, 6, up the last beat.
Looks like they definitely squared up that course. Much more balanced. Final beat.
Little tacking duel going on in the back of the fleet.
Might as well. It's the second day of a national championship. Not saving it for anything else.
And the finish line is coming into our view in the top left corner of the screen.
See a couple spectators there out on the breakwater opposite the yacht club, getting a closer view of the action. But most of the teams, the coaches, the regatta support is all located here at the Southern Yacht Club.
Yeah, I think there's a rule there. You might be allowed to go out there, but you're not allowed to coach from out on that pier. And you're not allowed to rotate out there. So it might be a little bit closer, but up here where most of the coaches are on the second floor of the Southern Yacht Club, it's pretty good viewing. So we're approaching the finish line, which is to the left of our screen. Dartmouth looking pretty solid in a 1-2 combination. They're going to win this race, it looks like, over St. Mary's.
We got the black and red FJs on the first beat right now. The race preceding this Dartmouth St. Mary's race that's just finishing now.
Yeah, so the red and black sails that Charlie speaks of, Georgetown Hoyas in the red FJs, UPenn in the black ones.
Tell you what, Clay, there's some bugs down here. We got some bugs on the screen. A little bit of a swampy forecast. Supposed to be 85 degrees today. Plenty of humidity in the air. And we're in the lee here, the lee side of the building here at the Southern Yacht Club. So
it is.
We got some bugs about.
There are some bugs. It is warm, sunny skies, as you'd expect in New Orleans, late spring.
Kind of a swampy forecast. Can tell you what, though, weather's a lot better here than it is in Rhode Island, where I was yesterday. more temperate climate. Got a little bit of a runaway race here in this Georgetown Penn race.
Yeah, Georgetown in the red FJs looking really solid with a 1-2-3. You can see the third place boat is just doing some bump and run as they look to be in a great position in that race. So we can check in with the scores. Harvard still remains on top with 11-1 record. Same number of wins as Stanford, 11-2, and Stanford actually beat Harvard, so they would, as soon as they start racing these races, they would own the tiebreaker. College of Charleston and Brown sitting a couple races behind at 8-4. So those two squads are looking pretty solid to move on. The Naval Academy is sitting at 7-4. Roger Williams at 7-5. Wow. Georgetown 7-5, but they're looking solid in this race win against Penn, so they're going to improve. Tulane 7-6. Dartmouth 7-6. Penn's going to drop an important one if everything stays the same in that Georgetown race. So we're working towards a top 8. We have about 20 races to go in this round, and there are certainly a couple bubble teams that are going to need to keep winning races if they're going to want to make this top 8 group.
Believe in Formula One, Clay. They call that the midfield.
Right now there are 5 teams with 7 wins, all hanging between 5th and 9th place.
Got the jack-o'-lantern boats coming up the last beat here.
I think this is actually we're following the Georgetown Penn race again. Georgetown in red looking pretty solid against Penn. Mark III is coming into view. So Georgetown looking really solid with a 1-2-4.
Three's done a nice job. He's getting in the same zip code.
So Georgetown again looking solid, 1-2-4. That 4 can do a nice job of just going high on 17, messing with them a little bit, let your 2 teammates escape further, but ultimately keeping somebody behind you in case something crazy happens.
Redboat's doing a couple more maneuvers here than you might like to normally see. Might be time for that rightmost redboat to stretch away and let their teammate do the work. Georgetown still looks like they're in total control. 3 pairs coming up the last beat. Here we go, switching races now.
Yeah, Georgetown looks pretty solid. So right behind that matchup is Charleston and Stanford. Stanford is in the red boats, 1, 2, and 3, against Charleston in the blue boats, 16, 17, 18. To my eye, it looks like 16 is in the 1 And Stanford probably in the 2-3-4 from this vantage point, but it's pretty condensed and close. So Stanford 2-3-4, Charleston maybe a 1-5-6, but a close one. Oh, interesting. Now from this vantage point, it looks like 18 might be sailing around the outside a little bit.
Blue boats actually look a little bit stronger here.
Yeah. Perspective is important. Yeah, so boat 3 looks like they're giving up on the 1, and they're going back to help their teammate out.
Ooh, that's...
So I think that was a very close jibe. I'm curious to see what the call is.
I know the drone is a good tool that the umpires don't have, but boat 3...
I think I saw a green flag go up.
Was living on the edge there, if you ask me. But again, the umpires don't have the drone perspective.
So, all right, so Charleston in blue. Looks like they're in a 1-4-5. One of these blue Charleston boats has to get a grip on that last place Stanford boat and go play 4, right?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to come into the 2-boat length circle without having someone.
No, I mean, now is the time.
So, boat 2, although in the 6. Ooh, another close one there.
Interesting. Wow. What a knife fight.
Oh, my goodness. 3 better get a piece there.
All right, Mark 3 has entered our view. The only thing I know is that Charleston's in the first.
I'd say 2 is safely in 6th.
Yeah, all right, fair enough.
Describe that as a fact.
Oh, hello there. '17 needs to drop down on 1 hard. Clamp, clamp, clamp.
I would describe boat 1 in a position of weakness right now.
Yeah, so the blue team's goal here is to go play 4. 17 clamps on 1, lets their teammate, number 16, get around, and then they can be in a 1-4-5.
We got a good race in our hands here. Just approaching Mark 4 here. There's a pretty nice bump there by boat 2. Ooh, 17 goes back at 1, but 1 is a piece of 16.
Yeah. So now, Charleston in a 1-4-6. Stanford in a 2-3-5.
And 1 is hooked.
Yeah, and there's room for 16 to go in there.
2 a little passive there.
Yeah, agreed. He who acts first usually wins first.
He or she.
Or
let
she.
the record show.
Excuse me. '16 kind of keeping 2 honest a little bit. All right, they're switching.
Unclear. Interesting gang cover there. 17 is going to start affecting 16.
All right. So from this view,
that looks a little better.
Yeah, that does look better.
If you're the blue.
Pretty clear. 1-4-5, 2-3-6. Is this the point where Stanford's going to split off, do a pass back?
I'd say the 1's pretty uninvolved here as well. Sometimes when these gang covers get set up, you have the ability to take out a bogey and go for the unorthodox play 4 to play 2.
Well,
here's the 1.
Yeah, here they are. Stanford's goal, their 2 boats are going to double team boat number 17 and slow that boat down. And then at some point, somebody gets a grip on him, and their teammate switches off and goes to free boat 1. You go into a play 2. Man, that umpire boat's close.
I feel a lot more comfortable with 18 in the mix.
Yeah, but in the back here, you can see boat 16 is losing their grip on boat 1. Oh,
Red's starting to look pretty strong here.
Red's looking much better. 16 has lost their grip on boat 1. They've tacked away. Kind of their only hope now is if 17 can maybe get a grip on boat 1. I think that 3 might have actually sailed into first.
And I think 18 has to
They need to do something.
recognize that and go for the double pin.
I agree. I think 18 needs to slide down on 2, pin them, and let their teammate tack out. Not able to do that in time.
3's going to cycle back ahead here, too. Wonder if this blue boat, I mean, if you look at the ladder rungs, it's all pretty close. It was a great race. Not the great race, because that's, of course, the Sydney to Hobart race. But this is a great team race.
Yeah, good battle between 2 squads at the top. As it stands right now, Stanford's in 2nd and Charleston's in 3rd.
All of a sudden, Charleston's got 2 pairs again. Got 17 bow out on the long. Maybe not. There you go. Drone footage gives us a better vantage point here.
All right, so boat. Ooh. Wow, that was a close tack. I don't know if there's any contact there. Boat 3 looks like they're ahead of their pair on the right. Boat 2.
Just looking at it.
Oh, it's tight.
I like the red.
I would agree.
Lefty there. I think you got to flag that. Just see what happens. Ask the question, right?
Yeah.
Ooh.
All right, so Stanford is going to win this race. Their first boat.
They
First but not last. Looks like a blue boat.
Yeah.
No matter how you slice that finish, I think Stanford's going to win that race.
agree.
I don't know what the final combination is going to be. It was too close to see. But
That finish was a little bit of a dog's breakfast. Couldn't really figure out what was going on there. A lot of unorthodox plays at the end.
yeah, got a little sloppy, maybe even for both teams at times. But Stanford is going to take the race win over Charleston.
That was one of the better races of the day. It shouldn't surprise you. 2 teams close to the top of the leaderboard. So we got Stanford and Charleston here cruising back into the harbor, but just behind them we got a Battle of Rhode Island. From the sound of things, coming up the last beat, we got the Brown Bears against the Roger Williams Hawks.
Yeah, so our viewers at home, Brown is in 4, 5, 6. The Raj, 13, 14, 15. Important race for both of these teams.
Pretty close race here.
Yeah, they're about 2/3 of the way up the last beat.
Roger Williams looks play two-ish. 15 was happy to let their bogey go.
So it looks like Brown is winning. Oh, now we're going downwind.
Oh,
This is the rarely seen 6-boat stack up. Oh, we are laying the finish. All right, so it looks like Brown is going to get the 1, and they're hoping to go for a play 4 if their Brown boat can hold out that
5 is going to
Roger
get
Williams
last.
boat. All right, Brown 1, Roger 2, Roger 3.
Roger 5. If not 4. Ooh, desperation.
Ooh, that is a desperation move. But I think that regardless, unless there's any sort of foul there, I think Raj is going to win that race. They had to try something.
Two teams located about 15 miles apart as the crow flies. Coming all the way to New Orleans to lace it up against each other.
I think I said it on the air last year, but that Roger Williams team is always so good. Every year, Amanda Callahan has that team competing at a very high level, and it's no surprise that they're, in the mix of things here. Brown also really well coached. John Mollicone, Danny Rabin do a really nice job. Cameron Giblin. So that was a tight finish. Boats are sailing in to rotate.
Only a handful of races here in this left in this round of 16.
Yeah, that was the finish of race 101, and there are 120 races in the round of 16.
About a third of the way through the races we had remaining today. I think we came in today with 30 left in the round of 16.
In the round of 16, so we're a third of the way through for today of that. So the plan for everybody at home who's listening is we're trying to finish this round of 16 where each of these teams will sail against each other once. Then we will narrow the field down to 8, do a single round of 8. And then from there, we're going to narrow it down to 4 and do one round of 4 before naming our champion. We're watching boats sail in and sail out to do the rotation. I don't currently see any teams on the course. Actually, I guess I misspoke. Boston College in 7, 8, and 9. Pink team is facing Northwestern in 10, 11, 12. They're almost at the finish line, coming up the last beat in a pretty solid winning combination. So Boston College will be taking that race win, and they are the only fleet that's on the course finishing up as we do this rotation. You can see boats going in all sorts of directions down here.
You can just on your screen here see some boats in the foreground coming in to rotate. Brown Bears coming in. Georgetown Hoy is going out. Sounds like a spirited conversation between two teammates that just had a tough loss. Still a lot of races to go.
So a brief pause in the action as it looks like they're about to get ready on this next race. No one's out on the course at the moment. Could be a good opportunity to recap some of the scores, where we currently stand. So Harvard remains in first with an 11-1 record. Stanford has sailed 2 extra races. They're 12-2, right on their heels. Navy, third place, 8-4. Georgetown, 8-5. Roger Williams, 8-5. Charleston, 8-5. Brown, 8-5. Tulane, 7-6. Dartmouth, 7-6. And again, we're trying to finish these last 20 races to narrow down our field to 8. So that is the point there. A lot of parity going on here today, Charlie. A lot of teams with now 8 wins, a couple with 7 wins, trying to get in this final round of 8.
There's kind of 2 stories in the standings right now. There's the teams in the peloton kind of trying to jockey for position and make sure that they move on to the next round. And then you got the teams atop the leaderboard trying to set themselves up for success in rounds to come. We got, I'd say, the green and blue FJs here, which I believe to be Harvard and Tulane. You know, Harvard trying to stay atop and Tulane trying to move into a more solid position to move on to the next round. So 2 very talented teams. Just kind of getting off the starting line. Not on your screen currently, but that's where we're headed with the coverage. Talked a little bit about the Tulane program and the, you know, certainly the improvements that they've made over the last, call it, I don't know, 5 to 10 years. They're a really, really good team in the 1980s. Incredible team. A lot of good sailors who are now alumni, who are back heavily involved in making sure this is a competitive program. Cool to host a national championship. Just moved into a new facility less than a year ago, New Orleans Community Sailing, just adjacent the Southern Yacht Club here on Lake Pontchartrain.
Go! Stay all the way for the wall. Sorry. No, you're not.
I don't know if you could hear that in the background, but that was the Tulane coach getting a little yappy with a couple other coaches who were talking to their sailors on the seawall, which is not totally allowed and permitted.
All right, we've started back up again. And following this race, Harvard in the green FJs 1-2-3 against Tulane in the blue FJs 4-5-6. These 2 teams are halfway up the first beat.
Is this Harvard's first race since losing to Stanford?
I believe it is.
See if they can bounce back here against a good Tulane team.
Yeah, I would say that 2, the Harvard team over there has 5, but boat 4 crosses ahead. I think boat 4 is probably in the 1 at this point. So here are the 6 boats.
Harvard looking strong here. Play 2.
Yeah, I'd say Harvard probably is in a play 2.
2 boats got a piece of 2 boats. Got a chance. This Harvard team's been pretty impressive over the years.
Yeah, it started a few years ago. The Callahan twins, Justin and Mitchell, as freshmen with teammate Lachlan Granahan, were able to win the national championships at Kings Point. They finished second to Roger Williams 2 years ago. Last year they won at Brown, and this year they're at the top of the leaderboard. So a great college career for all the seniors on their team. Robbie Meek is their third skipper. He was part of the winning team from last year, so a lot of returning talent.
Robbie Meek currently campaigning in the Ilka 7 with an eye towards LA 28.
I've raced against him. He's really good.
Doesn't surprise me one bit. Been notching some great results for someone who's split college and in an Olympic campaign.
Yeah, really good. Really talented sailor.
Got a really bright future.
Absolutely.
Got Justin Callahan on this team, who also has Olympic aspiration. Upon graduation, he'll be sailing the 470, going to the 470 Worlds. I think pretty amazing sailor and a great guy, sailing across a ton of different disciplines, not just team racing in college, but team racing in the outside world, winning the Hinman and the Wilson Trophy this year with his team, Los Huevos. But also competing in the Snipe, also competing on the match racing tour, in the 470, you name it. Been pretty impressive, and was actually a Rolex Yachtsman of the Year finalist while still a college senior. So
You don't see that often.
you do not see that often, that is for sure. But what's amazing with Justin is it's just the beginning for him. He's got a lot of good sailing in front of him.
So we can see marks 3 and 4 at the top of our screen. Harvard's pretty solid in a play 2 at the moment. Boat 5 is just going to try anything they can to slow down this trailing Harvard boat number 2 and try to let their other teammates sail straight at the marks and maybe a more direct path and catch up a little bit. I think Harvard's doing a good job of balancing, keeping the inside. It's important. And their second and third place boats are doing a good job of pushing that one around the course so that there are fewer opportunities to set up any compression traps at this Mark III.
Harvard looking pretty solid here.
So 1 and 3, boat 4 in first place needs to slow the race down. So expect him to try anything he can to compress it, slow down the Harvard opponents here. And then conversely, boats 1 and 3 are trying to do the opposite. So you can see one of them is going to go wide, one of them is going to go on the inside, and they're going to put pressure on boat 4 to round the mark. So boat 4 is committed to rounding the mark at this point. Boat 3 is going to keep pushing him, and 1's just kind of waiting for a second, make sure his teammate's solid. Which it looks like he is. And now Harvard's going to round in a 2-3-4. I like actually what boat 2 is doing right now. I'm not opposed to a little bump and let your second and third place boats extend. It forces them to, or allows them to push the Tulane boat around the mark, and also allows them to kind of set up their zone coverage scheme the way they want to do it without being under pressure on this last beat.
That's a good point. As we discussed before, just as much as it's about the combination, it's about the spacing.
So this is the short reach between marks 3 and 4. Boat 5 actually looks okay right now, and boat 1 is slowing down just to make sure that their teammate is in an okay position.
Ooh, that was well done by Harvard. Nice hesitation there, minimize a maneuver.
Oh, and it looks like boat 5 might have been flagged there, and they're spinning in the back. not going to help the cause. Sure is hard to tell the color differences. I think Tulane is that lead boat, still in the 1.
A little miscommunication there between the Harvard boats, but see boat 1 tacking away.
Yeah, ooh, this is getting close here. Nobody really gripped boat 6. So Tulane is in the 1. Harvard's trying to go play 2. Tulane is a pretty deep boat, so Harvard's just trying to get control of boat 6.
Plenty of activity though. This Tulane boat could feature sailing by itself. Now Harvard goes over to cover. Really solid commitment to the play too.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see here.
Does 6 have a shot at that far Harvard boat? Probably not if he's being
I'd
slowed.
say doubtful. It's a pretty textbook here from the Crimson.
Right. Well, I like the play, this Harvard boat 3, not even coming together.
Exactly.
You
if
know?
the situation's stable, there's no reason to create an exchange.
Right, exactly. All right, so maybe Tulane looking for something on the course left side or right side of our screen. Is there any pass back to be had there?
I'd say doubtful.
Yeah. I'm trying to instill some hope. Looks like Harvard is crossing to lee bowing Tulane.
I mean, that tells me that they are committed to play 2. Something a little funky here, though. That was a strange play. They could have had a smart switch there and maybe even switch to a play 1. I can tell you what, if and when this probably still works out for Harvard, I think Coach Byrne Noank will have some words for how the team managed the last third of this last beat.
Well, now there's a bit of a lefty as they head into the finish line, and that boat that was uncovered on the left is all of a sudden a factor here.
Could be a play 1 here for Tulane.
The viewers can't see it, but they are laying the finish line.
Actually, I'll tell you what, this Harvard boat that was previously the 4 is going to become the fly in the ointment.
Yeah, well, boat 2 needs to slow down that Tulane boat.
Oh, they
boat
can't.
3.
And play 2 it is. Lucky, lucky, lucky.
So, to me, that broke down a little bit halfway through. No, they didn't.
They had a chance to get one of their weaving play 2 boats over to the left with 6.
Yeah, they didn't take it.
And they didn't take it.
And
it looked like that boat that was in second actually had starboard advantage in the ability to cross and cover and continue to go to the left. But they opted to stay with the gang and left themselves open to a left shift there at the end. But I'll tell you what, they're a really talented team, and sometimes really talented teams can get away with unorthodox stuff.
Well, kudos to that lead Harvard boat for being the 2 and a 1-3 and slowing down that 3 enough that their teammates were allowed to get around them.
I give kudos to the Harvard boat that was in the 5 and realized that they had to break from the 6 and become relevant in the, the forward part of the play 2, if you will.
Right.
So there's a little bit of gunslinging there, but some heads up sailing, and like we said, when you're good, you tend to make it happen. That was a great race.
Yeah, another exciting race. So we just finished race 103 of the regatta. There are 120 races in this round of 16.
It's about 11:30 a.m. here local.
As we march onwards. Checking in with the race that was following it right now, we can see the orange boats 789 from Hobart sailing against the gray boats 10, 11, 12 from the Naval Academy. And it looks like Navy's in a 2-3-4 combination. Like that move by that Navy boat to come up and maybe get in front of 9. Oh. So if I'm Hobart right now, I'm thinking play 4.
Yeah.
I was kind of wondering if 9 should have kept going towards 11 and tried there. Maybe they think they have a shot at 10.
It's kind of deceptive here.
I think they have a shot at 11. So here's the finish line at the bottom of our screen. Hobart, boat 7 is the lead boat. Navy trying to go play 2. I think Hobart's going to have to try to go play 4. And I would send somebody on boat 11. They have a deep Hobart boat, though.
Yeah, exactly.
So
9's potentially got a shot to help here on the ley line, but they're currently pinned and locked by 10.
And you know what I like that boat 11 did? They didn't engage. They didn't give it an opportunity, and they sailed to the ley line. So even if this Hobart boat
they're
text,
unlocked here.
but even right now, they can sail behind them, and all they have to do is sail straight across the finish line. See, right, they're going behind them, just trying to get to the line. And now Hobart's just trying to hold them up. So Hobart won the race. Looks like Navy had finished in 2nd.
It's got a little too shallow on the ley line here.
Yeah.
So we have play 2 for black.
Navy 3rd, Navy 4th. So it's going to be a race win for the midshipmen. Checking in with the following race. These teams are sailing up the last beat. In red, we have the Coast Guard Academy, and in black, we have Georgetown. It looks to me like Coast Guard is in a 1-5-6, and Georgetown is pretty solid 2-3-4 at the moment. We haven't really talked about them too much, but I feel like Georgetown has rattled off a few race wins today to establish themselves in this top group of 8.
Yeah, sitting in 4th place overall right now and having another good race. Black definitely in charge from here.
18 goes with. Smart play, especially given what we just saw in the Harvard-Tulane race.
Boat on the left should cover the left.
Mm-hmm.
Nice job here by Georgetown.
You can't see it on the screen from home, but the finish line is just coming up in the right side of our screen as these teams approach the end of the race here.
Interesting. We saw a pretty big shift to the right in the morning. They realigned the course, and all of a sudden, in that orientation, left's become a little relevant in these last beats later in the day.
Yeah, and you can see in the background, actually, they're squaring up the course a little bit more as a patrol boat goes for Mark II to grab that. This race is on the course at the moment. This is Georgetown in black. Sailing against Coast Guard Academy. It's getting a little closer here, though. Looks like this red boat actually got a piece of them.
First and not last.
Right.
But that boat that's pinned out past the ley line is... Could see a jibe out here. They just let it get light, wait it out, hope they can tack and cross.
Yeah, so 14 did a great job of holding out 17, but unfortunately on the other side of the course, 18 was able to finish. So it looks like Georgetown's going to win this one with a 1-3. They got around that boat anyway.
Yeah.
A heroic effort by the Coast Guard Academy, but unfortunately it wasn't able to make it happen. There's one more race that is being sailed at the moment. There at the bottom of the last leg. That is the Tufts Jumbos in 1-2-3 against St. Mary's in 16, 17, 18. So Tufts in red, St. Mary's in blue. Tufts looks like they're winning at least 2 pairs. This is the only other race that's being sailed at the moment, coming up the last leg. That was a little fake tack. I like it.
Sometimes you have fake tack, the other person does too, and they end up further ahead in conditions like this.
So Tufts in red.
But now you got freedom.
Our perspective is a little interesting right now, but do you think 17 has a pin on 2?
No.
You think 2's bow out and can tack and cross?
I do.
As we slide over here, I think you're right. So Tufts is in a pretty solid play 2.
Always had fun team racing at Tufts.
The Mystical Lake.
The Mystical Lake. They used to have the Freeze team race trophy there, and then I think it morphed into something called the Freeze Marciando combo.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of good jumbos out there.
St. Mary's in blue, 16, 17, 18, racing against Tufts in red, 1-2-3. St. Mary's currently sitting in a 1-5-6, about halfway, a maybe 2/3 of the way up this last beat. Tufts has done a nice job of covering.
See what happens here.
So Tufts is doing a nice job.
Just committing to this too, huh?
Yeah, they're very solid in the play too. It's close,
Sure is.
so you need to be pretty solid, but they're doing a really nice job of attacking in the right spots. And
Yeah, 2 exactly. Perfect place to attack there.
there's the finish line in the top left part of our screen. I like this too, how they're kind of dividing their opponents up, you know, encourage one to the right, encourage one to the left. Don't allow for an opportunity to come together and create a situation where things could get chaotic. Though it is important to balance. $17 have any play here? 17 cross? Ooh. Wow. If there's any way 17 gets a
17's
3
got it.
here.
Definitely got it, unless there's some kind of
Oh, no,
crazy
the far boat.
kinetics. Oh,
So 2-3. Room to attack. He's hailing room to attack. He's hailing room to attack. I think Tufts is still going to win that one.
just 2-3-5.
Yeah.
2-3-5. You don't see that a lot.
You see the aggressive arm hail, asking the judges for room, making sure they understand that you're hailing for room to attack. So they did a really nice job for most of that upwind. Got a little crazy at the end there, got a little bananas, but they did a nice job of pulling it out at the end. So in the foreground of our shot, we have the Tufts and St. Mary's teams coming in to rotate. Just beyond them, at the weather mark, or approaching the weather mark, we have the Brown Bears and the Dartmouth Big Green. Brown is in 4-5-6, Dartmouth 13-14-15.
Time for the Brown Bears to get off the schneid. Brown's got 2 boats in the forward threesome. It's generally a good thing. They're kind of parked up right now, though.
So it looks to me like, wow, it is chaotic. This is mark 1.
Got a real race on our hands here.
Sure do. So Brown is going to be in a 1-2. Maybe 4? 1-2-4?
I'll tell you who's not in the 4, 13.
This is an important race for Dartmouth and for Brown, both
Yep.
of these squads.
Yeah, definitely.
A lot of teams hanging out with 8 wins, 7 wins, right on the bubble between, 5th and 9th. So Brown is going to be in a 1-2. I'll call it 4, but it's close. Maybe 3 now. Boat 4 is going to sail up with 14 and make sure they control that pair. Boat 5 is going to stay in front of boat 15 and make sure they control that pair. This could, if done correctly, this could come together and play 1, 1, 2, 3 at the bottom mark. But even if it doesn't work out, it should come together in a 1-2 ace. You see boat 14 going really high on boat 4 and kind of dragging them off to the side, try to let their teammates catch up.
It's important to go from positions of strength to strength. You know, even though they're in a winning combination right now, they can put this thing away at Mark 3. And hopefully that'll help them build some momentum throughout the course of this day with some pretty consequential races to come.
Boat 13 went pretty wide and looks like they gained a lot actually.
And looks like they used that cross
14 spinning
to try to prevent Brown from getting in an even stronger position.
So approaching Mark 3. Looks like Brown's going to be in a 1-2-5.
Yeah, looks like it.
Brown boat around. I don't think they would have. Oh. Ooh, okay. So a Dartmouth boat is in second, but oh, that Brown boat can pick him up.
Gonna go for the
There you go.
pass to Leeward.
Great pass back. Unless 15 gets over the top.
Clay, is it just me or did you get a whiff of gumbo?
That smells good.
Maybe a po' boy?
I got a whiff of something.
Well, maybe the boats on the water will smell it too, and they'll know there's a nice shift coming from the right.
What'd your kids say about the race?
Boat 6 pretty bow back on 13 coming into Mark 4 here.
Yeah, this has turned into quite the race.
I don't know who's in boat 13, but they've done a nice job creating chaos here. Fortunately for the Brown Bears, 4 has become relevant again.
Yeah, I think worst case scenario, you're play 2, and you're just in a solid 2-3-4. There are 2 Dartmouth boats that are pretty far back in 5th and 6th at the moment.
Something must have happened there off camera.
Well, I saw 14 spinning on the leeward leg, but I didn't see what just happened to 15. Boat 5 is coming back from the left side. I like that. No need to get too far off the course to one side. Center yourself up in front of an opponent. Like right there.
Brown looking pretty comfortable. But I felt like we said that at other points in this race. Changed pretty quickly out here. Certainly a heroic effort by boat 13 at the bottom of that run and on that offset leg. But unfortunately for them, weren't much they could do with it.
So we're most of the way up this last beat. Trying to gauge what combinations teams are in. Again, Brown is in 4, 5, 6, Dartmouth 13, 14, 15. I'd say Brown is in either, they may have the 1, they may not. If not, they're in a pretty solid play 2.
It's red boat here on the left of the screen. We have a red boat here, left of the screen.
They're on the first leg.
First leg against black. Don't get confused by them. Brown looking pretty solid here.
More to the right just to get the finish line. So here's the finish line on the right side of our screen. I'm not quite sure who's going to get the 1. Looks like a Brown boat. Brown's going to win this race.
Fortunately for the Bears, I'd say it's irrelevant. It'll end up being a play 1 or a play 2.
Well, I do see a hand up.
Ooh, you never know. Looks like Dartmouth might be asking the question here. Sounds like Brown lost a tough one yesterday to Charleston right at the finish with an umpire call.
You're a Brown alum. Did you debrief with John Mollicone yesterday about how their day went?
Believe it or not, I heard that from the College of Charleston coach, who was
Oh.
on the opposite end of that. Yet to connect with my good friend John since arriving here in the great city of New Orleans. But I'm sure we'll spend some good time together over the next few days. We got the green and blue FJs here on a run.
Yeah, for those at home, our drone is changing batteries. It'll be up in the air again shortly, so we're using the camera from shore. What do we see here in a race following that one we just watched? We have green and blue FJs. The green is Harvard, 1, 2, 3, against Penn in 4, 5, 6. Harvard is looking pretty good. I believe they have a 1, 2, 5. Penn kind of has a deep 6 in the moment. You can see there the lead Harvard boat is on the bottom reach, followed by the second Harvard boat. What it's worth, sounds like the broadcast is a little soft, louder.
We got Harvard in a 1-2, rounded Mark 4, comfortably ahead of the Penn Quakers.
Yeah, other people chiming in too about us needing to be louder.
Unfortunately for Penn, they really need this win to kind of stay in the mix here for moving on.
Yeah, as it stands now, Penn is in 10th with a record of 6-7, and only the top 8 are moving on. Harvard in the green, sailing in a 1-2-5, kind of a deep 6. I think Harvard's doing a nice job of dividing and conquering, trying to avoid any opportunity or, not let Penn have any opportunities to create some chaos and get them back in the race.
Harvard looking very solid up here, up this last beat. See the tops of a couple boats there in the foreground coming in to rotate.
So the rotations worked out pretty well when, during this round of 16. It's a little far of a sail in. They have to come all the way around this break wall and come on in and switch boats. But, fortunately with 6 races, there's always, kind of in a round, there's always people on the water racing. So it doesn't really matter if they're waiting at the dock or waiting in line to follow. I think that's something that the organizers are going to have to keep in mind as the breeze maybe lightens up a little bit and the day goes on and the teams winnow down to 8, keeping everything moving. But yeah, almost at the finish of this race, Harvard looking pretty comfortable in a 1-2. Watching some of these boats come up this last leg, it looks light. I see both skipper and crew kind of sitting in a little bit.
A little bit of a shift back to the right maybe on boats 6, 3, and 4.
A lot of big roll tacks.
In the background there, we got the orange and the gray. Looks like Naval Academy in orange and Northwestern in gray. Naval Academy looks pretty good here. We'll play one in orange to my eye.
Just to put a bow on the Harvard Penn race, looks like Harvard is crossed with a 1-2, and they're going to take that win.
Harvard's still sitting on just that one loss to Stanford earlier in the day. Since then, Stanford's been keeping pace. Both teams on 12 wins. Maybe Harvard now 13 with the last one. Talked about the orange and gray. Navy looking comfortable on Northwestern here. Currently in 3rd place overall and maybe even starting to separate from the pack a little bit. I don't know if you hear that, Clay, but that could be our drone going aloft once again, providing a much better perspective of the racing. Looks like we're about to start yet another race between the black and red FJs.
Yeah, this black and red FJ race, the red boats are Roger Williams, 13, 14, 15. The black boats are from the Coast Guard Academy in 16, 17, 18. Here's a drone footage of that Navy Northwestern race. Navy looking pretty solid with a 1-2-4.
Beginning of the day, it seemed like this might be a persistent right shift, but definitely oscillating here. Long port tack all of a sudden on these orange boats going upwind.
Navy looking pretty strong here.
It's definitely spotty out there. You can see it from the drone.
So we are watching race number 110 of this first round of 16. There are 120 races in this round. So we're getting down to it, getting to the nitty-gritty. 9 more races to go following this, and then we're going to break down into top 8 and move on from there.
So if you don't qualify for the top 8, Clay,
You're done. Go home.
that's it. Hit Bourbon Street. It's over.
Yeah. That's it. The plan is, winnow it down to a group of 8, and then do a round, and then do a Final Four in 1 round of each.
I think when we came down here this morning, we talked about the prospect of finishing it all, but based on the pace at which we've been moving, I think that might be a tall order.
It's close. I think it's going to depend if we have any sail-offs. And if there are any ties going into the round of 8, they don't go to the one-race head-to-head matchup between the tied teams. I believe they do a sail-off.
To be fair, we've been sailing for 2 hours. We got in 20 races.
We have 64 to do today to finish the regatta.
So it'd be another
4 hours or so?
or so, given the transitions between round robins and whatnot. So
Sure.
could be sailing late, though. Could be sailing till 5 and 6 o'clock. The prospect of you and I sitting here until 5 and 6 o'clock. At some point, we're going to need some food and water, some rations.
Couldn't think of a better person to be sitting next to and enjoying this college national scene than you, Charlie.
It is fun, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great to come back and see the coaches. A lot of them are the same as when we were back there sailing ourselves. See a lot of the athletes. It's pretty incredible to see how team race has progressed over the 20 years since you and I have been in college.
I think the level's much higher.
You know, I said I'd never admit it publicly, but I think you're right.
Not just at the top, but I think on average. I think the average team in this day and age is much better than the average team when we were doing it.
It's deeper for sure.
For sure. For sure. Have that debate with old timers all the time. Said, back in our day, this and that. And I was like, well, you know what? You used to wear Sperry topsiders and jean shorts. So, that's not what we're looking at right now.
Well, it's pretty interesting. When you and I were in college, they determined the bids to nationals by conference. So each conference would get, a certain number of bids based on, the size of their conference. And that was it. And, the NISA champs was always pretty hard, and only 3 NISA teams came to the came to the nationals. Oftentimes the NISA champs was just as competitive as the nationals. But now they do it based on resume a little bit, so it's just created a deeper field. And there are a lot more teams that are nipping on the heels to belong here. So it's really cool to see how competitive it's gotten.
Yeah, it's cool to see how college sailing's evolved. You definitely want the best teams at the national championship. So to come up with a system that includes, more of the better teams in the country is undoubtedly good. you know, we talked about the depth kind of being the rising tide that lifts all ships, you know, because there's only so many, you know, places to go to school. We see the talent dispersing over different conferences, and you know, we see some new schools and new regions coming into the mix, which is great.
So, Navy and Northwestern just finished. That was race 110. There are 10 more races to get scored and added to these results, but I think we should pause and take a look at the scores and where we are right now. So, Harvard currently sits in first with a record of 13-1. Stanford right behind them at 12-2, and Stanford beat Harvard in their head-to-head matchup. So they're keeping it close. Navy has just won that race. They're going to improve to 10-4. Georgetown sitting at 9-5. Brown sitting at 9-5. Roger Williams 8-5. Charleston 8-6, and then Tulane and Dartmouth 7-7. Don't know if there's enough racing yet for the Boston Eagles to get back in the mix, but there are only a few races left. 8 teams are going to be moving on here. There are going to be some important ones as we continue on this round of 16. So for me, Charlie, I'm starting to think about the teams on the bubble to get in. I see Tulane is sitting at 7-7. Dartmouth sitting at 7-7, so they're tied for that last spot.
And the tiebreaker goes to
a sail-off. My understanding is that they would do a sail-off instead of
head-to-head.
The head-to-head one race. So who do we have here?
Seems like we just had a little shift in the breeze here, at least in the booth.
Yeah, so Tulane has one race left in this round of 16 against Charleston.
Oh, that'll be a tough race.
That is a tough race. And conversely, Dartmouth has one race left in this round of 16 against the Coast Guard Academy. So Charleston's already in, or excuse me, is in pole position to be in the round of 8. They're sailing pretty well.
Well, in that last race, if Dartmouth can manage to beat College Charleston, they'll have potentially even records at the end. Looks like College Charleston's got. They'd both be 8-7, would they not?
Yes. Now, to be fair, let's play this hypothetical game.
Try to be fair.
Let's say Tulane and Dartmouth both lose their race and have round scores of 7 and 8. Boston College and Penn are sitting at 6 and 8, so they would need to win. They need both of those teams to lose, and they would need to win their races to move into a tiebreaker. Boston College has one more race against Hobart, and Penn has one more race also against Hobart.
Oh, wow.
Last race of the round.
So, without doing all the arithmetic, would a betting man say that the line is between UPenn and Tufts right now? So 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 mathematically eliminated?
Yes. Tufts in 12th at 5 and 9.
Top 11 have a chance to make the final 8.
And every team below Tufts are mathematically eliminated from the round of 8. There's still some, it's still a little ambiguous around that line and where it's going to be, but there's some important races coming up here. So our drone footage is checking out red versus black. Let's check out who that is. That looks like Roger Williams sailing against the Coast Guard Academy.
Looking pretty strong here for the red team.
I would agree with that statement. I would say Roger Williams at worst is looking at a 1.25.
You talked about Roger Williams coach Amanda Callahan earlier. Always has the team ready to go, very disciplined. Just a team race enthusiast. She's head of the team racing committee, actually, at World Sailing.
Yeah, and doing a great job.
Doing a wonderful job, and actually submitted a bid, try to get team racing into future Olympic Games.
Good for them. That's great. I know she brings a lot of energy to it, passion.
She certainly does. She does a great job, and it's one of those things where you might be able to add a medal opportunity using existing equipment.
Well, so that's always been my understanding as sailing evolves and tries to stay in the Olympics every quad. It involves a lot of athletes, involves a lot of equipment. It doesn't really generate much revenue. So the thought of adding a team racing discipline standalone event might be tough, but would you use the athletes that are already there, kind of like swimming where maybe they competed in another event?
I think that's the thought process. You'd use potentially the ILCA equipment that's already on site, and some of the athletes that are already there representing their country in other disciplines. So
that's the proposal.
I think it's being discussed. World Sailing has sent out a call for proposals, and they will review not only the classes that get competed in, but also the disciplines. You know, we think of it as winning a medal in the ILCA 7. But it's really winning a medal in the men's single-handed dinghy, and the ILCA is the class of choice. There's 4 classes or disciplines that are under review for the next game. There's the men and women's IQ foil, men and women's Formula Kite, the mixed dinghy, which is currently the 470, and the mixed multi-hull, which is the NACRA 17. So. A lot of conversations around the Olympic equipment happening here in the not-too-distant future.
But it's good to know that Amanda has submitted a bid for team racing, and it's something they're at least going to talk about.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you know, as the IOC, tries to make sailing fit the business model and cater to some emerging nations and make sure, more nations are in contention for medals on the last day. We see a lot of changes in format, for LA, shorter races, reset of points during the middle of the regatta. I think we'll see some changes in the equipment and potentially even the athlete quota here in the future. So. Right now there's 10 medal opportunities in sailing. Team USA will be comprised of 14 different athletes, but in aggregate, the Games has an athlete quota of 330. The next Games in Brisbane in 32. If we can retain numbers close to that, I think that would be a win.
Definitely. So there is a little more action on the race course at the moment. Right now we have St. Mary's in 1-2-3 sailing downwind against Georgetown 16, 17, 18. Disregard those orange sails in the forefront. Disregard those other sails in the background. Looks like Georgetown is in a pretty strong position down here at mark number 3.
Georgetown in play 1.
Yeah, I would say Georgetown is in a 1-2-4.
It's pretty classic Mesa rivalry right there.
Yeah, these teams have sailed against each other before.
It's like the Celtics and the 76ers who will be going at it tonight. Most commonly featured NBA playoff matchup in the history of the NBA.
Is that right?
I read it online. It must be true.
So Georgetown pretty solid, 1-2-4. I like what both 16's doing. They're keeping opponents behind them, but they're slowing them down, just making it that much easier for their teammates ahead. I like how 16 jibes on starboard. Just give them a little bump. Give 2 and 3 make it a little harder for them to catch up.
That was really well done by 16 there.
Great job, right?
Just makes everybody's life a little bit easier, except for the lives of 2 and 3.
Yeah, except for their opponents. But yeah, and then, release. You don't have to go crazy and and take them way out, release, make sure you stay ahead of somebody. Just in case something gets crazy up front, you can still have an ace up your sleeve.
What are the records of these two teams? We got Georgetown at 9-5. Feeling pretty safe about moving on. And then St. Mary's probably out of contention at 4-9. So for Georgetown, it's, you know, more about keeping up with the Joneses atop the leaderboard.
Yeah, Georgetown's going to move on to the next round for sure. But to your point you made earlier, you know, every race counts. They're not clearing out the records with each round. So Georgetown needs to keep pace if they want, you know, to end up at the top of the leaderboard here.
Yeah, the way they should be thinking is they're, you know, 4 wins behind Harvard.
Mm-hmm.
That's what their mindset's got to be.
So we're starting to see the last races for each of these teams being sailed in this round. So there's a round of 16, which means you can't race yourself. So you're only 15 races. If Georgetown hangs on to this, which I expect them to, they're going to finish this round at 10-5. Pretty solidly, good result. Pretty solidly be into the round of 8. For St. Mary's, currently at 4-9. If they happen to lose this race, as it's looking like they will, they will be at 4-10 and have one more race to go for their regatta.
I guess for the women who get eliminated, they still have the Women's Team Racing National Championship to potentially look forward to. Once this co-ed or open, excuse me. Team Race Nationals is complete. The Women's Team Race Nationals will be next. Solid finish for Georgetown there.
All right, can we actually go to the on the first beat? Just started their race. This is an important Boston College.
Georgetown tacking around, heading for the barn back here at the Southern Yacht Club. About to see a beautiful baby blue cruising sailboat transit out of the harbor.
There you go. On cue, right out of the left side of our screen here.
Maybe on their way to watch some racing, or maybe just out for a day sail.
Possible to focus on the Boston College Hobart race that's on the first beat. So, checking out the first beat here, we have Boston College in pink 7-8-9. Hobart in black 10-11-12. This is a must-win for Boston College. From Boston College's point of view, they need to win this race and have both Dartmouth and Tulane lose this race if they want to force any sort of a tiebreaker to sail off for the final 8.
So they can still move on, but they need some help.
They need some help. It's not out of the realm of possibilities, but it starts with winning this race.
Control what you can control. That's the race they're in right now. Doesn't look bad for the Eagles at the moment. Looks like a 1-2-5 here for Boston College. Ooh, maybe not. Looks like they didn't get across.
All right.
That'll gum it up. Play 4 it is. Nice job there by 11 to make it interesting. Starting to get weak in bow back, so they lead to the tack. This is a lured boat with a chance to compress in a different way.
Just so the production team knows, we only have a few more races to finish to get to 120, and then I anticipate a little bit of because they tiebreakers and whatnot, so that can be a good opportunity. All right, so BC needing to win here, and a play 4, 1-4-5. The 1 is going to keep the 1, stay close in case there's an opportunity to help. You can see him slowing down a little bit. The 4 needs to keep pushing. 11 and 12, the 2-3 need to slow down boat 7, and then eventually peel off and send one boat back to boat 8 to pass back your teammate.
Pretty unbelievable. Just a couple inches from crossing there, and it went from what could have been a breakaway play 1 to an absolute
Totally.
mayhem.
Every foot matters. Every inch matters. Some good team racing going on right now. 8's doing a nice job clamping on 10. 11 really took up boat 7. Teams are still working their combinations. Now there's a chance here. I think BC's being very disciplined. 8 is really staying on 10, but there is a chance of 8 catching up and maybe even go and play 1. Unlikely at this point.
Yeah.
Discipline. You know, I think you get caught being greedy sometimes, and that's where it all falls apart.
If it falls into your lap, fine.
Right.
But chasing something unorthodox is usually ill-advised.
I think there was also a perspective difference from as the drone has rotated around here.
Yeah, it's puffy and lolly too. I mean, there was a chance I didn't think 7 had a chance of getting inside 11, but maybe still don't. But it's closer at least than it appeared a while ago. All it would take is a little bump.
Yeah.
There they go.
12's coming down.
12's got to be thinking about 7 all of a sudden.
Yeah.
7's trying to put themselves in a position where they can be helped, and they've broke into 2 threesomes.
Okay, here we go.
12's going to isolate with 7. Eleven's in trouble. Kind of went pear-shaped there.
Good play for 8. Switching off and getting inside of 11.
Now 12's fighting for their life.
Yeah, so BC finds themselves in a 1-3-4 following as they round mark 3. You can see boat 9 slowing down. They've over-trimming their main, really trying to get a good grip on 12.
8's still doing good work in the back.
Yep.
Keeping those other 2 boats at bay. Are they going to get an overlap? 11, that is a question.
"12 saying no room to boat 8. It's not going to force it. I think that's the right call.
Totally agree. Questionable whether it's
starboard pick up 10 on. Oh, didn't want to do it. Okay, so again, BC 1-3-4 as
could
they
be a
round.
1-2-3.
Could be. Look for 8's attack with 11.
9 just owns 12,
Yeah.
and they have 3 pairs. But 9's got to get involved. 9's got to get involved.
Agreed. Need to get a little closer. There you go. You can see him pulling his mane to weather, trying to give 12 some bad air.
I'd argue it's still not enough. Frustrate 12 and get him to attack. Then you've isolated the pairs and you're in control.
All right, so 8's going with 11 off to the left side of the course.
Looking pretty good here for BC again.
See those other boats in this race? See all 6 boats in the screen here if possible. All right, hard to see as we come in together.
BC, it looked like they just put a little hit on one of the boats to get their teammate across, but still look comfortably in control to me.
Yeah, off screen to the left, we have a BC boat ahead of a Hobart boat. So they're winning that pair. You can see 7 kind of slowing down, just trying to give their Hobart opponents some bad air, let their teammate catch up a little bit.
Yeah, drop down a ladder rung there and make sure you're not gassing your teammate.
Yeah. All right, there goes 11.
Boat on the left.
Somebody should go with them.
You would think. Looks like 11 just kind of double take there.
Yeah, all right, so there goes boat 8. I mean, maybe our perspective's off and they're well behind, but probably would have sent somebody out with them.
Look well behind.
Yeah.
It's like a solid race here for the Boston College Eagles.
In a must-win situation.
Must win, must get help.
Correct. They're still balancing. 7's coming back.
It was just brought to our attention by some of the coaches that we may have been mistaken. Sounds like the first tie break, which is new this year, when it's head-to-head, is head-to-head and not a sail-off. Sail-off will only happen if there's a circle tie, where there are multiple teams tied on the same record that all have
1-1 records against each other.
similar records against each other. We used to call it a circle tie. I don't know what they call it anymore. Maybe the same thing.
Well, Boston College won that race. They did what they needed to do. They're going to improve their record to 7-8. Tulane and Dartmouth are both at 7-7 at the moment, and each have one more race left. I know that Tulane's actually on the water right now. Following this race, they are in the blue FJ Sails
And look pretty solid at the moment.
and look solid.
Currently off screen, but we're watching them come upwind. A bit imbalanced, but controlling all three pairs.
Can we just scroll a little bit to the left and see this next finish? So yeah, here they come in to the finish line. So this is going to be Tulane in the blue FJs, Charleston in the green FJ Sails.
That's going to gum it up. That's going to give them the same records, is it not?
No, that's going to no. So Tulane's going to take this win, so they're going to improve to 8-7. Charleston will also be 8-7.
That's the same.
Oh yes,
That's what I said.
I would-
Stay with me, Clayton.
I'm all right. I'm on your wavelength now. So my math is that unfortunately that's going to eliminate Boston College and Penn because they cannot get to 8 wins, which at least 8 teams have. So then we have College of Charleston dropping to 8-7, Tulane improving to 8-7, Dartmouth still having a race to go. Dartmouth has 1 race remaining against the Coast Guard Academy, which will be an important one.
We could always just wait and find out, but prognosticating is much of the fun. What's next up on course here? Looks like a runaway 1, 2, 3 with the orange and the gray.
Orange, yeah, you can just see it in the background of our shot here. Orange being Stanford, the darker gray sails being Northwestern.
And then probably
Maybe we can actually switch over to the race that just started.
the red and the black there, just coming off the line. Can't see them on screen yet, but we're panning out there. Doing a 360 here. Looking back towards the Yacht Club before switching to the black and red.
So this is race number 117 of 120 in this first round. Harvard in red, 13, 14, 15, sailing against Navy in black, 16, 17, 18. An important race for both of these schools. Harvard currently sitting in first, Navy currently sitting in third, excuse me. 2 talented squads.
Oh, interesting. Pretty even race here. Between 2 schools in the top 3. Inches here. They all look pretty ladder runged here. Harvard a little longer on the right. Nice little puff there for boat 14. Appear to be in the 1 here as they make their way up the course. Question is, can 14 do anything with 15?
So you can't really see it on screen, but I think 14's laying the mark, and 15 is maybe in this sheer laying, but they're close. So 14's play is to try to really clamp down on 16, see if they can let their teammate 15 get in front of them.
Mark's about to enter the picture here, I would assume.
Yeah.
15 is gonna be okay. Looks like a play one here for Harvard.
I think 15's got to do it 2 tacks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
2 annoying tacks,
Yeah,
but
sure, fine. All right.
I think it's good recognition of the shift in the long tack by Harvard, and just like that, you got a 1-2-4. And actually, great extra slow there. I mean, that's next level, right? Trying to make 16 do 2 more maneuvers before the mark to try to launch yourself into a more stable 1-2.
So Harvard's sitting in a 1-2-4. I think 13's going to take their time, slow down 17 and 18, slow the chase down, let their teammates extend with comfort.
And speed.
Comfort and speed.
Nice job there by Harvard.
So the race that follows this is the most important one. So if this turns into a little bit of a runaway, we should switch over to the Dartmouth Coast Guard race. That is big.
Third place boat there from Navy's. Trying to make it interesting. As you can see from the drone, there's some walls out there.
In fact, I think in seconds starting line and watch that entire Dartmouth Coast Guard race.
Navy might be taking a little out of them, but Harvard's got nice spacing here. Not much to worry about.
In the background, you'll see the race that probably has the biggest implications on this round of 16 at the moment. You have Dartmouth in red, 1, 2, 3, about to start against Coast Guard in 16, 17, 18. And the reason for the implications are we're trying to narrow this field down from 16 to 8. Right now, you have Tulane done with their round of 8. With their round of 16, sitting at a record of 8 and 7. Charleston also done with their round of 16, sitting at an equal record of 8 and 7. Dartmouth has one more race to go, and they're currently at 7 and 7. So, our back of the napkin math: if Dartmouth wins the race, all 3 teams have equal 8 and 7 records, and Charleston is the team that loses out on the head-to-head tiebreaker. If Dartmouth loses the race, then Tulane and Charleston both advance, and Dartmouth is left without a seat. So Dartmouth is in a must-win situation.
And if they win, they're in.
If they win, they're in.
Charleston's out.
Yeah. Nothing is official. This is some scribbles on a napkin to try to figure it out, but that's what we currently think here. Dartmouth is in red, 1, 2, 3. Coast Guard, blue, 16, 17, 18. A must-win for Dartmouth if they want to advance. If they lose, Charleston goes in.
Two threesomes again. Two boats from Dartmouth on the right. Boat from Coast Guard's kind of already slowing.
So
Coast Guard's keeping it interesting here. I'd say Coast Guard
It's closer to a play 2 than Dartmouth is a play 4.
I agree with you. Coast Guard looking for a play 2. Dartmouth is trying to split up and hopefully get into a play 4. You can see 16 crushing boat number 1. Tack back with them. Nice job. A little divide and conquer.
See a little puff there, top left.
I was just wondering, is that puff or wake? All right, now interesting. Dartmouth boat number 3 is getting involved.
Ooh.
You know, either get involved or don't. But to come kind of halfway down.
Halfway house.
There you go. It's got to happen fast. Because you have to keep the 1. Broke off. Yeah, I think if I'm debriefing that afterwards, I would say either come all the way down and make a pass back and commit to it, or don't.
Well, the other thing is, you own the pair on the left. So if you go hard and come back 2, 3, 4, so be it. At least you've done something.
You don't own this pair. The Coast Guard boat's ahead.
Stand corrected.
Yeah, Coast Guard's in a pretty solid
So
play
maybe
2 at the moment.
What they did was actually just fine.
Dartmouth setting a compression trap, no rush, trying to make something happen for their teammates. Yeah, so Coast Guard's going to round in a 2-3-4 winning combination. For Dartmouth, this is a must-win race. Win and you advance, lose and Charleston advances.
College of Charleston, you're rooting pretty hard for the Coast Guard here.
I would think so.
I think everybody in sailing should pretty much be rooting hard for the Coast Guard.
Coast Guard with an opportunity to play spoiler to their NISA rivals. It's tight. This is going to be a good race. So 2's going to try to go high on 18 and sucker him up. 1's going to try and go straight.
1's already.
Oh. So 16 came over for 2.
That's fine. As long as the pairs are isolated,
Yeah.
the blue guys are happy. Match race will ensue. 2's trying to get bow inside. Doing a nice job.
One gave up on that, trying to go around the outside and has jibed in.
Interesting.
Do you think they're going to try and sit on 16 to maybe let their teammate 2 get a better grip?
The double cover. Well,
So
the fact that they won just helps their pursuit, I would say.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's better perspective.
Yeah. All right, Mark 3's entered our picture. Coast Guard's trying to exit this mark in a 2-3-4. I kind of like that play by 17. Let 16 go in front. You're in a more powerful position there.
Mm-hmm. Very well done. This is Coast Guard's last race, so it'd be good for them to end on a high.
Yep. Now,
Playing spoiler.
Dartmouth just trying to get any sort of an overlap on 17 to get room down here. 18 flogging their jib, over trimming their main, slowing them down, trying to get 17 to get in front of them. I'll tell you what, 2 did a nice job of getting in front of 17. Oh,
Ooh.
I saw contact. Let's see what the judges say. A red flag is up. Who's going to be spinning? Oh, a Coast Guard boat.
Whoa.
Okay.
Was that like the third shooter on the grassy knoll? Looked like the situation was between the two boats ahead of them, didn't it?
I think there was like kind of simultaneous contact among all three teams, and I think they determined it was 17's fault. All right, so at any rate, Dartmouth.
Coast Guard's got to lock up these pairs.
Yeah, it's not over.
Right now.
Dartmouth is in a 1-4-5.
You can't forget about the 6 when they spin because they're sailing free.
Right, so I like this right now. 1 should come back and get on the 6. As 18 follows, the pass back opportunity in the front of the course can spring you to a 1-2.
I like what 1's doing. I agree.
But we need, oh boy. Okay.
Oh, jeez.
1 needs to lock up 17. We just have 2 competing passbacks, and somebody's going to do it first, and you want the group in the front, if you're Dartmouth, to do it first and sail on to a 1-2. 16 tacked away. They were losing, it seemed like. 3 is going to go with them. And 3 just needs to clamp hard on 16 and let 2 go in front, and they're going to win this race with a 1-2. You know, I understand 18's play to come all the way back to 1, but I wondered if they should have waited a little longer or maybe allowed their teammate 16 to get a better grip on their opponent before they did it, because you just create 2 competing passbacks, and you're in the latter passback, so you're really up against it. Dartmouth is looking pretty solid.
I'd say.
So again, we're going to wait and make sure everything's official, but by our back-of-the-napkin math, if Dartmouth wins this race, they will get the 8th and final spot in the round of 8 moving forward, and Charleston will be bumped.
Saw Charleston sail some pretty good races today.
You know, they started out really hot in the regatta. They were quite good yesterday. But it just goes to show you there's so many good teams here.
Yeah, they sailed some good races today. Disappointing, I'm sure. Not long to go here now for Dartmouth on this last beat.
Yeah, you can see the finish line in our view. I think the boats are both probably laying or pretty darn close to laying at this point.
Big green
There it is, moving on.
in red boats. Crossing the line. Probably a big relief for them.
Yeah.
Live to fight another day.
So again, we'll wait for it to become official, but it's our understanding that Dartmouth has punched his ticket into the round of 8, knocking out Charleston. There are 2 more races on the water right now, finishing out this round of 16. Two more races out there. Race number 119 is Roger Williams in 4-5-6, sailing against St. Mary's in 13-14-15, followed by UPenn and Hobart. St. Mary's, UPenn, and Hobart are all unfortunately not moving on. For Roger Williams, this is just a race to keep pace with the other teams that are moving on. So Roger Williams in 4-5-6, going against St. Mary's 13-14-15.
Looks like Roger Williams with the 10th win would
Move into a tie for 3rd.
put themselves in a pretty
Strong spot here for trying to qualify for the Final Four.
So it looks like Roger Williams is going plate 2. 13 is going to be in first place. Now these two Roger Williams boats, are pretty far ahead of their teammates, so they're really clamping down on 14. Oh, did 4 go too far there? Really need to clamp on.
Oh, he got the hook.
Got the hook. I thought he was going to try and go below the hook, but he thought better of it.
Oh, wow.
I like the aggressiveness.
Wow. Whoa.
Oh, hello there.
Can he wow, nice job.
Wow, boat 4. Well played. Very impressive.
I will say. I mean, can't say they weren't aggressive enough. That was great. That was one of the coolest things I've seen all day.
That was really well done. So they were play 2, but it was kind of an unbalanced play 2, and they did a great job on boat 14 and making that happen. So as it stands now, St. Mary's in a 1.56, Roger Williams 2.34. That's totally fine. I think we're going to have a little break after this last race here. The results and maybe just like to sort out the round.
We need more than just a quick break.
So here we have, Raj still looking strong in their play 2. The race in the background is the last race of the round of 16, and that's the one between Penn and Hobart, finishing out their regattas.
So of the teams still sailing here in these final 2 races, Roger Williams will be the only one of the 4 to move on. Racing towards a brighter future in the round of 8 and hopefully for them, future round of 4.
Is that confirmed that it's going to be Tulane and Dartmouth moving on and Charleston out? There's no tie break sail off?
Boat in the 1 there. St. Mary's hanging out, waiting for the action to come to them. Little chatter here up on the porch about
Just confirming no sail-offs.
tie-breaking status being head-to-head versus the sail-off.
Sounds like that rule was changed pretty recently just to kind of avoid long, drawn-out circle ties that need to be settled on the water. Keep the pace moving.
And if you don't want it to matter,
So,
go 14-1 like Harvard.
sail better.
They're not in this conversation right now.
So the Raj still in a solid play 2.
Little
Bumpy out there.
bumpy out there, I'd say. Boat 15. Nice roll jibe in the middle of the what's probably umpire wake. Pretty strong here by Roger Williams. Well done. Solid play 2 all the way down that run. Look at that. I mean, that's a real commitment.
to the plate too.
Yeah, I like what boat 4 is doing, really trying to slow down their St. Mary's counterparts, let their teammates continue on. It looks like actually that one Roger Williams boat maybe sailed around the lead St. Mary's boat.
About forward.
Yeah, certainly about forward. I think Roger Williams is looking pretty strong here.
Concur. For sure, Roger Williams is now in the one. Interesting switch there.
Hmm. So just eavesdropping on some conversations with the coaches out there, it sounds like we're going to finish these 2 races. That's going to be the end of the round of 16. And then there's going to be a short break to sort out the rotation.
Roger Williams doing a nice job here.
Back out there. So that might be a good opportunity for us, if it's okay, to take some time off to go to the bathroom, get something to drink, and any footage or just background saying like to start, stay tuned.
Roger Williams just getting stronger as this beat goes on.
Yeah, I think they're winning 3 pairs right now. Looking strong. About halfway up this beat. So Roger Williams looking pretty good. Just off the right of our screen is the finish line coming into play here soon. There it is. And Roger Williams is going to win this race with a 1-2 and improve their record from 9-5 to 10-5, joining the likes of Navy and Georgetown, all sitting at 10-5. As we enter this next round of the regatta, narrowing the field down from 16 to 8. It's an important race win for those guys and gals, as they try to keep pace with Navy and Georgetown and Harvard and Stanford. Even though they want to get in the round of 8, they have aspirations of being on the podium, and every race counts. No scores will be dropped in this regatta. So there's one more race on the course right now. That race is going to be between UPenn in pink, Hobart in black. It's the last race of the regatta for those teams. It's a little hard to tell from our view here. Looks like UPenn in pink is winning all 3 pairs in this one and coming together towards the finish line. I think they're going to win this race with a 1-2. just to the right of our screen here.
I would concur. And with that, that's a wrap. The round of 16 has come to a close. Half our teams moving on to a round of 8, where it will be once again cut in half to a round of 4.
So let's take a look at our standings and see where we currently are. Harvard remains in first place with a 14-1 record. Stanford close behind them at 13-2. Those two teams have separated themselves a little bit from the field. I look for them to, continue to do pretty well. Roger Williams, Navy, Georgetown, all sitting in third, fourth, fifth with equal records of 10-5. Brown Bears solidly in there, 9-6. Tulane and Dartmouth grabbed the last 2 seats in the round of 8 with records of 8-7, leaving College of Charleston, unfortunately, on the outside looking in. BC put together some impressive race wins today to close the gap. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough to sneak in. UPenn had a solid day. They're 6-8. They just won their last race there, so they're going to finish their national championships with a 7-8 record. Pretty impressive for that group. Tufts 6-9. Coast Guard 4-11. St. Mary's 4-11. Hobart's going to drop to 2-13, and Northwestern rounds out the field of 16. So we have a lot of exciting racing to go. The plan now is these teams are all going to sail to shore. They're going to put away the FJs, keep the 420s out. We're going to winnow the fields down to 8 and look to start this round of 8 as soon as possible. I know we have some more sailing to go today, and with an uncertain forecast tomorrow, that they're going to try and do as much as they can today. So I know we're going to take a short break. Don't go too far. We will let you know as soon as we know something, but I think they're going to try and turn around pretty quickly and get right back out there for the round of 8. And the action is only going to heat up more. So stay tuned for more action live from the Southern Yacht Club at the ICSA 2026 College Sailing Team Racing National Championships. We are back here at the 2026 Team Racing National Championships for college sailing, live at Southern Yacht Club. My name's Clay Johnson. My wingman here is Charlie Enright,
Hey, everybody.
CEO of U.S. Sailing, ocean race winner, Rolex Yachtsman of the Year. You have so many accolades, Charlie.
But I'm today just a former college sailor, Clay.
Enjoying the scene.
You and I both.
So we are here. We have 16 teams winnowed down to the top 8. And the action is going to come fast, and the action is going to be great. All of these 8 teams are going to be competitive, trying to win races, trying to move up the standings, and it's going to be exciting. So the first race of this round of 8 is going to be Roger Williams in red, sailing against Georgetown in blue. All the racing for the round of 8 is now moved to 420s. So we're going to be sailing 420s for the rest of the day. And the goal is to do this round of 8 and then move to a final 4.
2 teams that are tied on points, and we've seen sail some pretty good races this morning. So buckle up. I think it's going to be a good afternoon. I think we're going to go over the standings here for a hot second as we ease our way into the round of 8.
We can hear the radio chatter in the background from PRO Kyle Assad as he squares up the course. Let's take a look at these standings, Charlie. In first place at the moment is Harvard, 14-1 record. Great record for the first round. Right at their heels is Stanford, 13-2. Roger Williams, U.S. Naval Academy, Georgetown, all with equal records of 10-5. Brown, 9-6. Tulane and Dartmouth are the last 2 teams to get into this round of 8, just squeaking by Charleston on a tiebreaker. To me, there are a couple storylines. The first is I think that Harvard's and Stanford have separated themselves from the group by a few races, so I'm really eager to see those 2 teams square off each other later in this round of 8. And there's kind of this, middling group of Roger Williams, Navy, Georgetown, all at 10-5. For sure, one of those teams is going to, jump ahead of the others and maybe even close the gap a little bit on Harvard and Stanford. But we're in for a good show.
Team racing can be really streaky. So, I mean, nobody's out of it yet. I wouldn't, it's tough to run the table, but all it takes is linking a couple good races together, and you can move up and down pretty quick when the standings are really close.
I just chatted with a couple of the umpires who came in for a quick break between rounds and said, what's it like out there? What are you seeing? And they just kind of shook their heads at really good team racing. Really high level, good boat handling, good team racing. The field's only going to get more competitive as it's winnowed down. So, pretty impressive show so far. For our viewers at home, unfortunately the drone has been having some issues with battery issues and other stuff going on, so we're going to be left with the onshore camera crew for the rest of the day. So we'll do our best to show all the action we can and talk about what we're seeing and how these teams are doing, and aim to get the drone up for the remainder of this championship and the women's championship in the coming days.
For those of you that are just joining us here for the round of 8, we've had decent pressure in like the 5 to 10 knot range. It's been up, it's been down, it's been left, it's been right. Pretty variable. But it looks a lot better this afternoon than it does tomorrow. So I think there's going to be a big push by the race committee and the organizing authorities to get as much racing in as possible today. Given the uncertainty around tomorrow. So if we can finish it today, I think that's the plan, but only time will tell.
Yeah, it's 1:40 p.m. Central Time here in New Orleans. We've done 30 races so far. There are only 28 races in the round of 8 and then 6 in the round of 4. So that's only 34 races left. So we'll see how the afternoon progresses, but I do know they want to do at least a lion's share of that today.
Seems like as the racing gets closer, the races take longer. A little more evenly matched teams, sparring it up.
That's a good point. You're right. The races are going to be pretty competitive, probably fewer blowouts. The other issue is they have an upwind sail in to then rotate. And with only half the number of boats out on the water, that means that there might be a few more delays as we keep this process going.
I got a question for you, Clay.
Yeah, hit me.
Do you think the course could be a whole course length closer to shore here?
I think it could certainly be a course and a half closer. It does seem like there are a couple hundred yards that they could probably move everything up without sacrificing any, wind shadows from shore or whatnot. But I will tell you what, Kyle Assad is the man. He's been doing a great job running these races. He knows what he's doing, and he's got the perspective from the water, so I'm sure he's going to do his best to set up in the right spot.
Kyle's a great man. I grew up with Kyle.
Did you?
Certainly did. Sailing against each other on Narragansett Bay. hailed from East Greenwich. Cobbs, as we used to call him, is a great guy, and he's doing a great job as the PRO here at the College Team Race Nationals.
So we are waiting for this first race of the round of 8. The first race is going to be Roger Williams and Georgetown starting this action off. I know I'm just hearing some radio chatter in the background. They're squaring up the course as much as they can. You can see a live look of them dragging the finish pin up right now in front of us.
As we end up looking directly downwind, we'll have, as the cameramen will have, an interesting perspective of the race course. Our depth perception will be challenged, but we'll definitely do the best we can, and it'll be cool to see as racing unfolds here this afternoon.
Yeah, so these first few races, Raj and Georgetown are going to race off, followed by Navy Brown, Tulane and Stanford, and then Harvard Dartmouth. So no slouches here.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Can I ask you a question about the Raj?
Sure.
The Raj like being called the Raj?
I don't know. I feel like I've heard them refer to themselves as the Raj.
Okay.
So I assume they're okay with it.
Sure. Raj is short for Roger Williams University. Roger Williams, the founder of the state of Rhode Island, rebelled from the Massachusetts Bay Colony and settled in what's now Rhode Island.
You know, I remember you telling me the same story last year on the same broadcast.
Unbelievable. A year goes by and nothing changes.
I do see some jockeying for action. I don't know if they're in sequence, but I would not be surprised if they are. Any beef between Brown and Raj? Hometown beef? They're so close to each other.
I think the only beef we had when I was in school was that my brother was on the Roger Williams team.
Okay.
So we had some sibling rivalry.
I can relate.
Yeah, I'm sure you could. Actually, with two schools that are geographically close there as well, with you at Harvard and your brother at BC. Looks like we are getting going here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think we've started. And again, Roger Williams, red, 1, 2, 3. Georgetown, blue, 16, 17, 18. These teams are sailing up to us. What an interesting perspective.
Dead downwind.
Trying to make sense of any of this here. Looks like that blue Georgetown boat, crossboat 1.
They'll on the right. Looks like Roger Williams along the left. There's that yawl in the background. Left the harbor not too long ago. For a nice day sail. Looked like they had a pretty sizable cooler in the cockpit. Which doesn't surprise you on a hot day like this.
Yeah.
80 some odd degrees down here at the Southern Yacht Club on Lake Pontchartrain. Just watching boat 3 tack onto port, left side of the course. Lookers right. But it looked like that boat not crossing the Georgetown boat from the right.
The mark we see in the middle of our screen is Mark 2. So Mark 1 is going to be slightly to our right.
You sure about that, big boy?
I think so. No, I'm wrong. It's Mark 1.
Roger Williams looking okay here, but it's pretty tight. Saw an amazing mark trap, aggressive mark trap by Roger Williams in what was the penultimate race in the last round.
Play of the day so far, I'd say.
I would say far and away play of the day.
All right, so in reviewing the left, it looks like Raj is ahead of Georgetown.
Interesting.
Georgetown's going to round with a 1.
Play 2
Play
for
2 for the Raj.
Raj. Growing up in
Maybe.
Bristol, Rhode Island, we used to call Roger Williams Roger Dodger. I don't know
Oh,
if
interesting.
anyone-
It actually looks like Roger Williams might have just sailed into the 1 here.
Looks like they did. Interesting play there.
Okay, so Georgetown's going to try to go play 2. And they're doing a good job of slowing down that Roger Williams boat.
Really nice job. Already converted.
Yep. Okay,
So now they both got to go to work again.
so Georgetown in a 236, Roger Williams in a 145. Look for boat 2 to start crushing the 6. Number 18 in 6th. And gap them out. Yep, heading up here, kind of owning the zone a little bit. No, no room there.
Yeah, 16's got to do something. There you go.
Yeah. All right, so Roger Williams in red, leading with a 145. Boat 3 is in first, boat 1 is in fourth, and boat 2 is in fifth. Boat 2 is doing a nice job of gapping. Georgetown breaks the overlap, do a little double jab, come right back for him.
One's doing a pretty good job just pushing the whole thing forward.
Yeah.
Two's doing a nice job slowing 18 more than 16 and 17 have been able to slow 1.
Mm-hmm. The next race is sailing up through these boats. Disregard them.
You can just see Mark 3 on
Yep.
the looker's left side of the screen there.
Yeah, Roger Williams still seemingly in a pretty strong play 4.
Yeah, boat 2's done a really nice job of putting 18 in the hurt locker.
The boat-on-boat discipline from Roger Williams has been impressive. You referenced that race we saw at the end of the round of 16, and right now they're doing a great job as well. All right, so Roger Williams is going to round in first.
2's going to have to keep hammering here. Nice.
Yeah. All right, still a 145. 2 is doing a great job of just gapping that 6.
They're going to take another bite. Yeah.
Heck yeah, don't let him off the hook. That is a gap.
Go back. Interesting.
All right.
Traditionally safe play there, staying in weather.
Yeah. So looking back to the front of the fleet, there's a little bit of a 4-boat stack up. Roger Williams still in the 145. The 5's doing a great job gapping. The 2 Georgetown boats, 16 and 17, their goal is to slow down boat 1 and condense everything together and then split off. Looks a little puffier out there. I see some hiking going on.
Just going to say that.
That'll make for some exciting racing.
Looks like the most breeze we've had all day.
Does look like it's getting a little closer here.
Did 2 just get a piece of 17?
They might have.
And 2 was the boat that was gapping.
Yeah. I think he did. I think the Georgetown duo and the Roger Williams boat kind of reached down a little bit off the course and allowed the 5 and 6 to become more relevant.
Interesting place. I mean, looks like 1 might be sitting in 2's gas, but our perspective's admittedly not great.
Two's ahead of 18. So I think they were pinning 16, but for them it's a win if they tack off on 18 and stay ahead of them. You can see the finish line just coming into view on the right side of our screen.
This feels like advantage Roger Williams here, but by no means final. Ooh, always difficult to tack on someone after a duck. Did they ask the question? They might not have let the question get asked. Roger Williams just rolling into a 360 to be safe.
Oh, they do. Interesting. So they did a 360.
They spun and flagged.
And, well, no, they did a 360. They spun and called for an umpire.
That's what I said.
Yes, but then they flagged the opponent.
Exactly. It's like life insurance.
All right, so Georgetown's going to have a deep 6 here.
That's good coaching. Situational awareness.
And this race has Roger Williams winning all over it.
First, not last. That was an exciting race. So, ironically, in the 1 right now, we have boat 2, who spent 60% of his race smashing the 6.
It does look like Roger Williams is going to cross the finish line, to my eye, with a 1-2, probably a 1-2-5, and take this first race in the round of 8. Good way to start.
I'll say pretty savvy play there by the 2 folks in boat 1. Mitigate risk with a 360 and then go to the umpire. Ended up not being a huge factor in the race. His teammates all finished with a 1-2. But based on how loose it was there at the top, could have been a nice ace in the hole. Got Roger Williams, Georgetown sailing in here to rotate. The view that you see right now is the view that Clay and I have from the deck of the Southern Yacht Club, looking out on Lake Pontchartrain. As the first 2 teams to compete in the round of 8 sail down the channel to rotate.
Zoom in on the boats going downwind and pick up race 3. Stanford, Tulane and Pink. So as Roger Williams and Georgetown come in to rotate, I see Navy and Brown sailing upwind about to finish their race, but we're going to jump back to race 3 of this round, which is Tulane in pink, 7, 8, 9, Stanford in black, 10, 11, 12. And Tulane looks pretty strong here. I think Tulane is a 1-2-6. Kind of a deep 6. So the first two boats for Tulane are going to focus on speed and kind of fleet racing to the finish line, to be honest. While covering.
Be a pretty big win against a strong team here at home for the Green Wave.
Definitely seeing some more hiking going on out there. Look at boat 7, get that puff and just shoot up. So it's hard to see with our perspective, but to my eye and looking at it, it looks like these two pink Tulane boats are in the 1-2, almost laying the finish line. I know 10 looks like they're leveraged out a little bit, but I think they're a little further behind.
10 looks relevant,
They're relevant for sure.
but tough to see from our perspective. Certainly as a crow flies. Close to the finish right now, but
They are getting close to the finish. You can just see the finish line in the right side of our screen. Boat 7 just tacked in a big righty shift. Up, and boat 8 basically auto-tacked into the same righty shift. And it looks like Tulane is going to cross the finish line of this race with a 1-2, taking a race off Stanford.
somewhere someone from Harvard probably breathed a sigh of the relief. Put another win between them and the Stanford Cardinal.
Yeah.
We got the, I think it was the Navy Midshipman and the Brown Bears sailing into rotate right now. Any idea how that one ended?
Yeah, you're not going to like it.
Okay.
Navy beat Brown with a 1-2-5. So we've had 3 races so far in this round of 8. Roger Williams beat Georgetown, Navy beat Brown, Tulane beat Stanford. As you can see on the screen here, this is the second race, and then the third race right behind it, sailing in to rotate. Just off screen to the left, Dartmouth in blue and Harvard in red are sailing out for the start of their race. We're going to do our best to give you guys as much live action as we can. The round's going to take a little bit more time than maybe previous rounds just because of the longer upwind sail in to rotate.
And we've eliminated a fleet.
Right. And just coming onto our screen now from the left is the Dartmouth team sailing out for the start of their race. So it's going to be like 10 minutes before they start this next race. Should take a short break or talk amongst yourselves, or what do you guys think?
I could mute your mics and just sit on these stagnant shot. I don't think playing music will ever just stagnant.
Sure, let's do that. Let me just say something first about it. So for those of you at home, we are 3 races into this round. Dartmouth and Harvard are sailing out. We are on standby waiting for the start of the race. It might be a few more minutes as they make their way down to the starting line. But we're going to take a quick pause. You're seeing what we're seeing, and we're going to come back to you live with some more action once Harvard and Dartmouth get going. Stay tuned. All right, we are back here at the Southern Yacht Club for the 2026 ICSA College Sailing Team Racing National Championships. We just had flight 1 of the round of 8, and we're about to start flight 2. In this flight, we're going to see Harvard sail off against Dartmouth in the first race, and that's what we're looking at here. Harvard's going to be in red, 1, 2, 3. Dartmouth is in blue, 16, 17, 18. You can see the other fleets, Roger Williams, Navy, Stanford, Georgetown, all sailing down to the starting area. But we are going to be focusing on this first Harvard-Dartmouth race.
Harvard and Dartmouth jockeying for position here. Start line.
Looks a little puffier out there to my eye, Charlie.
I'd agree with you. We talked about some of the chop that was around yesterday. Even with the increase in the pressure, still seems like pretty flat water for now.
You can see the race committee boat coming into view on the right side of the screen. It's kind of an offshore breeze.
Interesting situation for boat 1 there. Kind of watermelon seated out the back. Wondering if there's plenty of time in the start for him to cycle back around. Looks like,
You know what I like there is that switch that 3 and 1 just did.
yeah,
I think
big
three
time.
three picked up 16 and let 1 go through. That looks like the start right there. All right, looks like an all clear start. Harvard winning the pin end. Or, excuse me, like to leeward at the pin end. Dartmouth to leeward in the middle. Both boats tacked on the right at the committee boat end.
I guess his boat 1's a little bow back after having to come in from wide right.
I think 18 strong on 2, yep. So 2, despite being the leewardmost boat, did not have a grip on 18 at all. Both Harvard boats stacked there. Definitely puffier out there. These guys are hiking hard.
18 covering there. Nice breeze now for sure. Kind of getting to the upper end of what we discussed this morning. Positioned up here next to the coach's corner, talking about maybe even getting some alternative crews prepared.
So a lot of boats sailing towards us right now. Hard to gain perspective on who's doing what.
When we last left our heroes, I'd say, Dartmouth was winning at least 2 of the 3 pairs. Looked like the Harvard boat that was strong off the committee boat was winning outright, but the other 2 pairs belonged to Dartmouth.
That's my read on the situation too.
It looks like that pair from the right that Harvard was winning is coming back behind.
Yeah, I think 3's ahead of 16, so they're winning that pair. And I think actually this Harvard boat just pinched off that Dartmouth pair to the left in our screen.
Certainly did. Gave up starboard advantage, but not much of it to still play for.
Oh, here comes a quick tack back.
1's got to be feeling pretty good there.
Double tack. They did it. All right, and then out on the right side.
Interesting.
Interesting. So that's Mark II we're looking at. I feel pretty confident about that right now. Ooh, I thought I just saw lightning in the background. Did you see that?
I did not, but doesn't mean it's not true.
Dark clouds, pretty far away. So 18 is going to round first at the weather mark. So Harvard's going to be looking to go play 2.
So 2 can now come back and
2's going to sail downwind back.
get in the mix.
Boat 3 looks bow out.
Sure do.
So 18's around the mark. Boat 2 is in second. Boat 1 is in third. Boat 3 is working hard to try to get into fourth.
So now,
I guess the question is there any chance that 17's pinning 3, or is that?
Yep. Nope.
No, I would say no.
Agreed.
Otherwise, they would have slowed down before.
so now you're in a different position if you're boat 2 on Harvard. I would just push the 1.
Right.
One of those situations where if you take them by surprise, go for the chase, get the pass, you move to a 1, 2, 3. Life gets a lot easier.
Harvard in a 2-3-4. Dartmouth in a 1-5-6.
We got the 420s there. Kind of lazy playing in on that reach.
Pretty long reach.
Harvard did a nice job there.
You're just dividing up. Spreading out.
Boat 1 kind of knife fought their way around their pair there. Made the race a lot easier.
Yeah, so again, we're looking downwind on this race. Harvard in red, 1, 2, 3. Dartmouth in blue, 16, 17, 18. Dartmouth looks to be in a 1-5-6. I'm not sure how close it is because I don't see a ton of balancing. Look for Harvard to try to push 18 around that mark and not let them set up any sort of a compression. Here comes 18, just trying something to slow the race down and let his teammates get back into it. All right, so Dartmouth, then Harvard.
Harvard and Harvard.
Harvard and Harvard. Harvard remaining in a 2-3-4.
Nice job by boat 3 there. Coming around mark 4.
So boat 3 again kind of slowing down. Maybe let their teammates set up a covering scheme a little bit.
Set up the
weave.
weave here. Boat 2 tacks out. Fewest number of maneuvers for the boats that are in the weakest position.
So the right side of our screen, boat 2 from Harvard is covering the Dartmouth boat. On the left side of our screen, same thing. Harvard's still in a 2-3-4.
About to see a the mast of a cruising sailboat there. Beautiful boat. Porsche. Used to be called Oasis. Owned by a guy named Peter Gonzalez. Father of a former brown sailor. My grandfather built that boat in the late 1900s.
No kidding.
Sure did. Dieter M. Packer design. Beautiful boat.
Wow.
Now owned by a gentleman named Stephen Murray, here out of the Southern Yacht Club. Fun fact of the day there, Clay.
All right. Back to the racing. Halfway up this last beat. It looks like boat 2 might have sailed into first.
'18, formerly the 1.
This is getting a little interesting.
I'll give you that.
All right, so 3.
Question is, can 16 get to 2? Doesn't look great.
3 is holding 16. 1 is being pinned out on the left side of our screen.
16's got to put on the brakes and just get their bow free.
Oh, good tackle there.
Nice job by boat 3 there.
Okay. 16 tacked free. Good play by Dartmouth there.
Ooh, the jibe out there by boat 1. Well past lay.
This is an interesting one.
18, how do you slow from there?
So the finish line's coming into view on the right side of our screen here. 16 ducked. So now boat 3 is being pinned by 17. Boat 1 is being slowed by 18. All right, 17 got luffed hard, did a quick double tack. That was a pretty good move.
I think it's play 1 here for Harvard.
Do you think that boat 3 is laying? I don't.
Well, he has 2 play 1 options.
Play with the 1 and with the 3, obviously. I think 1 is. I don't think 3 is laying. I think 2's goal is to finish first, and 1's goal is to just get across the finish line, and they win with a 1-3.
That's correct.
All right, so 2 is finished first.
Harvard wins with a 1-3.
Yes. I think a 1-3, 4, or a 5, but probably a 4. Got a little interesting for sure.
Dartmouth did a nice job there at the end of that beat, mixing it up.
They did a great job of making something out of, what was kind of nothing at the moment. It's Stanford, Georgetown going downwind. 16.
Here we are between races. About to get back into the 3rd race of this flight. Stanford, Georgetown.
Yeah, so Harvard and Dartmouth are sailing in. They're the boats closest to us. Looks like Roger Williams and Navy are sailing up the 2nd beat. We're going to try and jump in on Stanford and Georgetown sailing downwind. So Stanford is in the pink boats, 7, 8, 9. Georgetown in black, 10, 11, 12.
Stanford coming off a loss to Tulane in flight 1, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct.
See how they bounce back here.
we don't have a great perspective to tell you who's in what positions at the moment. It looks like both sevens winning. All right, so ooh. All right, so Stanford is going to round with a 1, 3,
6 is what I say.
6. 1, 3, 6. So 7 and 8 are going to try to do a pass back up front. 11 is going to try and make that not happen. You can see them luffing their jib. There goes 11 slowing down. They want to really sail back to 8 and not up to 7. Did a pretty good job with that.
Eleven's pretty pinned, but can 12? Yep.
I think
Little hesitation in the deck there.
I think Georgetown just moved into a 2-3-4,
Sure did.
but it is certainly very close.
Looks like 8's got a piece at 10.
Oh, I think they got a pretty good piece. That's right. Here comes 12 reaching down.
Decently safe time to do that.
Yep. So we have 2 competing passbacks happening on opposite ends of the course, opposite sides of the course.
Oh, geez.
Who can do theirs first?
You know what'd be nice right now?
What was that?
A drone.
Yeah. I think boat 7 just sailed back into first, or sailed into first, or is in first. Okay.
Stanford looks pretty good here.
Yeah. I think he's pinning this guy on the left side of our screen too. So
If you're Stanford now with boat 9 sailing back over to the upwind easy threesome,
do you think that 9 and 7 are 1-2?
kind of takes some of the serendipitous nature out of it.
This is a good battle right here.
Good battle. Lean towards Stanford here, I think.
Yeah. I think you're in a good spot. Stanford's in a good spot is right. Well-placed tack by 7. 9's doing a great job of pinching off 12. And 7 and 9 need to just be thinking about the finish line at this point. I don't know where 7's going. Unless the guy on all the way left in our screen is in first place, in which case Stanford might switch to a play 2. I think that's what happened. This guy on the left side of our screen started poking out, and now he's in the 1.
It's interesting because that pair was controlled.
Okay. So a switch.
It's really gone to...
And it is 10 ahead of 8? 10's
There-
ahead of 8.
You don't luff your jib on someone if you're behind.
No. Okay.
This has really gone to custard here. Create an exchange.
Oh. I see a red flag in the background from an umpire.
Oh, this should be good.
Stanford boat is spinning.
Double spin.
Double. Wait, I see 3 boats spinning. No. Yeah, no.
Some sort of satanic circle drill.
Well, this looks like a 1:45, but all right, 11 is going to get the 1.
10 will get the 3 to my eye, or the 2.
Yeah, I think Georgetown's going to get this one, either 1-2 or 1-3. I'm going to give this race win to Georgetown.
I concur.
Well, that was an exciting race.
That was an exciting one, right up to the finish.
All right, so for those of us at home, that's the end of Flight 2. In the foreground, you see the Brown Bears heading out for the first race of Flight 3. It's going to be a few minutes to get all those teams down there to start, so we're going to take a short break. We're going to come back. We're going to recap the scores and what we saw in the first 2 flights and get going on the next flight. So stick around. We will be back shortly with some more action. right, we're back at the 2026 Team Racing National Championship. We've done 2 flights in the round of 8. Looking at the leaderboard, kind of what I expected was going to happen. A lot of teams, different teams taking wins off different teams. So far, I think the big story for me is Stanford starting out 0-2, unfortunately for them. You know, good team, couple close battles.
Lost to Tulane in round 1 and Georgetown in round 2.
Right.
2 really close, hard-fought races.
Yep, and Roger Williams is so far the only team 2-0 in the first 2 races. Some teams haven't sailed 2 races, but Roger Williams starting out strong. And we're going to jump right into Flight 3. The first race of this flight is Dartmouth in red, 1-2-3, sailing against Brown in blue, 16, 17, 18. Getting reports from some coaches that the breeze is in low teens, 12, 13 knots. They're hiking a little bit more, so that's good.
Dartmouth just squeaking in to the final 8 here. Brown pretty well established in the final 8, but could use a win to stay relevant on their quest to the Final 4.
So let's try to make something of this, Charlie.
Couple small little boats sailing towards us, 6 of them, all on port.
Okay, good observation.
Not great with the old depth perception.
So it looks like this blue boat 16, kind of towards the left of our screen by the finish line boat. Looks like they're punching out of that group.
Say blue looks stronger than red.
Yeah, I think on the left side of our screen, we have a blue, red, red, then blue. And on the right side of our screen, I think that, I don't want to guess.
Blue seemed pretty comfortable. Fell into a little lull there, maybe. Pretty shifty here.
It is pretty shifty. Some shears going on, too. I think that red boat coming out of the left is ahead of that pair.
I concur now, and I'd say 16's angles only is going to help boat 2.
All right, so I'm going to give the 1 to boat number 2. I'm thinking red's looking pretty strong here. Maybe a play 4. I'm going to call this Dartmouth in a 1-4-5. And Brown in a 2-3-6.
Just going to get ugly before it gets better here for...
A lot of boats waiting around. All right, so this red Dartmouth boat is rounded. This blue brown boat has rounded. Did you sail around them? Yep. Oh, I see a hail for umpire. Or I thought I did. At least a hand go up. So Dartmouth actually looks like, whoa, they might have just gone into a 1-2. Boat 3 just sailed right around.
I'll tell you something else that's going on right now. I did just see a pretty significant bolt of lightning.
Oh, really?
Off in the distance over the other side of Lake Pontchartrain.
It's pretty far away.
I concur. I don't think we are in any sort of grave danger here, just a couple meters off the breakwater at Southern Yacht Club. But something to be cognizant of in terms of maybe how it's going to affect the wind on the race course.
So after that shakeout, it looks like Dartmouth is in a 1-2-4. Kind of a gapped 1-2-4 also. 1, 2, and 3 being pretty far ahead of 4, 5, 6. See some of these puffs rolling down the course.
Could be some of what's increased the wind a little bit is that sail across the lake. Brown's got some work to do here.
Yeah, they do. You see boat 16, interestingly, trimming in
Over
really.
trimming,
yeah.
yeah.
I think they're just trying to slow down boat 3. Oh, I see. I couldn't tell if that was a spin or if they dropped their tiller extension, to be honest with you.
It was a intentional or unintentional spin, because they definitely spun.
We can see Mark 3 coming into picture now. It's just to the left of boat 2.
Brown's got their work cut out for him here. Another nice bolt of lightning there in the distance. Think we got that one on camera.
All right, so Dartmouth, 1, 2. Let's put Dartmouth in a 1-2-6.
Try to mix it up here on the beat if you're the Brown Bears. This reach leg looks pretty straightforward. All 4 boats kind of on the step as they head towards Mark 4.
Well, I would say things have improved for Brown. It was a 1-2-4 at the top for Dartmouth, and it was a little more spread out. So you have 2 boats that are much closer to the lead boats. Hopefully they can mix it up a little bit and try to make something happen.
On the binary scale, still losing, but the spacing is much better, and they're a much better situation to attack here on this last beat. So 17's got their bow out. Looks to be going pretty well through the water there. Boat 3.
I think if you're Dartmouth, your top 2 boats need to focus on well-timed tacks, maybe not getting suckered into any sort of tacking duel or slowdown or anything, but generally sailing fast for the finish line. And if you're Brown, you try to want to do the opposite. You want to, 16 got a piece of 3. That's what you need to do. Bring it together and try to give yourself an option. All right, so no 2 seems to be reaching in pretty fast.
Swooping in and actually doing it on the long tack, which benefits the big green.
Yep.
16 scrapping, for sure.
These boats are about halfway up the last beat. Pretty spread out. I think Dartmouth's play is still to go 1-2 if they can.
I don't think 18's got a piece. Can't see it on the screen now, but the pair that is
No, but here comes boat
hard
17.
lookers left, course right.
All right, boat 3's in a little trouble here. It was a good flat tack by Brown. You never want to cross and have to roll into a big roll tack and maybe your rig's hit or something. So they kind of coast into a flat tack.
Interesting that the pair on the course right was slowing. To my eye, it looks like the left threesome is ahead. Could be wrong. Been wrong before. Looks like they're running out of breeze, and they might finish in a righty, though.
All right, so 2 is beating 18. The other Dartmouth boat is pretty back.
About 6 lightning strikes there in the distance. Makes for a pretty cool backdrop. Brown have a chance at a play two here.
Yeah, they do. In fact, I think
Two
Brown
concedes and is reaching down.
I think Brown is pretty solidly in at 2-3-4.
They look pretty darn good. What's 17 going to do? Lead? Ooh.
16, yeah, good duck by them.
In theory.
Yeah, they're nowhere near ley line.
No
Now,
point.
all of a sudden, this is taking a while. Here comes boat 1 reaching in from the left side.
What do you do if you're 18? I'd say the
Ooh,
shift back in Dartmouth's favor here, maybe.
interesting.
2, 3, 5, 4. Nope. 2, 3, 6 for Brown.
This is a tight finish here. I'm going to give the 1 to Dartmouth.
Concur.
Ooh, there is contact.
Uh,
I saw contact between 3 and 18.
I think there's too many red boats ahead of blue boats for this to end well for Brown.
Yeah, there's a
But there could be a red flag. Heard some shouting there at the finish. But it looked like that race went to Dartmouth.
Yeah. We'll have to hit refresh on those scores and see what we learn, but
I think the plan for our next race here would be to engage the boats currently going downwind. The third race in this third flight. The pink and black boats. And that race would be who, Clay?
in 7, 8, 9, we have Navy, pink boats, and in 10, 11, 12, we have Stanford, the black boats. Those two teams are currently going downwind.
Those two teams have to be closer together in the standings than they were when this round started.
Stanford in black looking pretty in control right now with, at the very least, a 1-2.
Much needed win for Stanford if they can hold on. If they want to keep pace with the Harvard Crimson.
So Stanford rounding pretty comfortably in a 1-2 at the leeward mark.
Looks like a 1, 2, 3 to me.
Yeah. One, two. Pretty spaced out. 1-2. 4.
1, 2, 4. Not currently on screen, but did you get a feel for how that middle race went?
Yeah, the middle race of the set was Harvard in 4, 5, 6 sailing against Tulane in 13, 14, 15. They're just to the right of our screen. I believe Harvard took that race.
Just based on how they're piled up post-race.
Yeah.
I agree with you. They're kind of leading the sail in here.
So we're watching the third race of Flight 3 in the round of 8. Stanford looking pretty comfortable against Navy in this race.
Believe it or not, once this race concludes, 4 more flights in the round of 8.
Yeah, making good progress. After this race is over, maybe we can score recap. Take another short break.
Stanford hasn't really overcomplicated this one.
Oh, saw that lightning strike. Yeah, I wish I had more insightful commentary to make on this one, but Stanford's making good work of the Naval Academy. Pretty comfortably ahead 1-2. And halfway up this last leg on their way to the finish.
Let's see, what's boats 10 and 12? Roll across the line. Maybe it'd be a good time to take a look at the scores. See where we stand after 3 flights in the round of 8.
Well, Charlie, asking ye shall receive. Harvard is still in first at 16-1. Stanford's about to pick up a race win to improve to 14-4. Roger Williams, 12-5. Naval Academy is about to drop a race and finish 11-7. Georgetown, 11-6. And Charleston needs to be removed because they're no longer in the round of 8.
But their winning percentage
By winning percentage, yep, they're doing well.
is what's gotten them there.
Brown is 0-2 in this round of 8 so far. Tulane 1-1, Dartmouth 1-1. So getting a little bit of separation, in the leaderboard as we continue to march on towards the championship here. So we're going to take a short break. These teams are finishing up. New teams are sailing back out. Don't go far. We are going to be back with more live action from the 2026 Team Racing National Championship. Well, as you can see, we have boats sailing back in. We've been told that there's a report that we have lightning within 8 miles. So the sailors are coming to the dock. They're going to take down their mains. Everyone's going to get on shore safety first. And they don't anticipate this to be a long break, but certainly stay tuned. We're going to leave a live shot of the action. So if you see boats sailing back out, you know that we're getting ready to go. But we are on standby, ready to go, and hoping for more racing soon here at the 2026 College Sailing Team Racing National Championship. Good news, college sailing fans. We are back at the 2026 College Sailing Team Race National Championship after a somewhat short lightning delay. We've determined that the lightning is no longer in our immediate vicinity, and we are back on the water to continue this round of 8. So as you can see in the background here, the sailboats are all at the starting line. We are going to get ready for Flight 4 with Roger Williams and Dartmouth being the first race. Charlie, let's kind of recap where we are right now and talk about what we've seen so far and maybe what the standings are at the moment.
Harvard's really pulling away. At 16-1, they've put a nice gap between them and Stanford for now, at least. Stanford came out of the gates a little slow in the round of 8 and now sit at 14-4. Roger Williams has been sailing very well. Some aggressive on-the-water tactics by that group, been fun to watch. They've been kind of climbing the leaderboard slowly but surely. We got Georgetown at 11-6, Naval Academy at 11-7. We get the Brown Bears at 9-8, hovering there just above 500. And then after that, we got Tulane and Dartmouth. So in for some good racing here. A couple more flights to go. Word from the race committee is we'll be sailing late into the evening. So see what we got with tomorrow's forecast uncertain, not only with the breeze, but what just delayed us. Maybe some more lightning tomorrow.
Yes. I overheard Coach Higgins and talking to the umpires and talking to everyone else, and they are going to sail us. Piero Kailasada said that we were going to sail until the sun goes down. So look for certainly some more sailing. It is 4:10 p.m. here Central Time right now, and we're getting ready for the start of flight number 4. And we are getting ready for some action. So this first race is going to be Roger Williams in the red boats 1, 2, and 3 sailing against Dartmouth in the blue boats 16, 17, and 18. Dartmouth has looked pretty solid so far in this round of 8, and I think Roger Williams also starting out pretty solid. That Roger Williams is 2-0 and solidifying themselves in third and catching up a little bit to the top 2 teams.
Dartmouth just won a pretty hotly contested race against Brown right at the finish. And obviously it was do or die for them just to get in to this round of 8. So they're a pretty hot team.
So, yep, just to review again, we're waiting right now. We can kind of hear some mic in the background about Kyle Assad saying they're getting ready to go. Hopefully we are getting some action first. Our first race is going to be Roger Williams against Dartmouth. And we are just standing by waiting for this, but we are excited to be back on the water.
Talking to Coach Charles Higgins from Tulane about the delay, saying that school's got a rule that you have to wait 30 minutes within a lightning strike that's 8 miles from where the competition's occurring.
8 miles was the magic number?
8 miles is the magic number, and every time there's one within an 8-mile radius, it resets the 30-minute clock. So safe to go sailing here. Lightning's far enough away. We should be starting here pretty soon.
Taking a look at the course, it looks a little closer to us maybe. So hopefully that'll make the rotations a little bit shorter. I think I can see this finish line right here, much closer to the entryway to the canal.
I think it's an easy in from the finish.
Yeah.
Kind of a bit of a run back down to that starting lines.
think the breeze is probably pretty similar to the last few races we saw. Probably hanging right around that like 10 knot range, maybe a little puffier, gustier at times, maybe a little less at times. Water seems pretty flat this close to shore.
Just watching the boats on the reaches. They definitely seem to be going a little quicker on reach 2, further from land, maybe a little lighter at the top of the course. You can see the breeze on the water at the top of the course.
Yeah, there's some puffs rolling in here.
Yeah, maybe some kind of filtering out of this harbor.
And I hear some starting horns, or attention horns at least. So I'm anticipating some racing starting soon. The second race in this flight is going to be Tulane against Georgetown, and the third race in this flight is going to be Harvard against Brown.
Oh, wow. Grudge match.
Grudge match for us as commentators. All right, so actually I think the race just started here, and I saw an individual recall flag, and I think I saw boat 18 go back. Individual recall flag is down. So to remind everyone, Roger Williams is in the red boats 1, 2, 3, Dartmouth, the blue boats 16, 17, 18.
Nice puff out on the left there for boat 2, lookers right.
I think Roger Williams is looking pretty strong at the moment, with 18 going back, and kind of in the middle of our screen here, it looks like 2 Roger Williams boats are pulling ahead of that Dartmouth boat. So Raj is, I would say, winning 2 pairs, maybe a tie with that 1 and 17. Looking pretty solid to start this race.
On average, more red boats in front of blue boats. Pretty up and down, though, in terms of the pressure.
Yeah.
Boat 1's really moved forward on boat 17 there.
Yeah, they have. They're now winning that pair.
17 either got stickier or maybe a little bit of a right shift, but definitely used whatever they got to go about forward and be in a more controlling position. Roger Williams looks pretty strong here. Could be a 1.
Yeah, I think they're coming in at a 1, 2, 3.
Still a couple more maneuvers between where they are now and Mark 1, but looking pretty solid for the Hawks.
It was a good job kind of dividing up into the proper winning combinations. And establishing yourself in that 1, 2, 3. You know, so many times you recognize it, but maybe you don't act on it. And those guys did a great job. So I'm looking for the Roger Williams teams to send first and second around the mark and have them run a little bit. And maybe their third place boat 1, slowing down the action, letting their teammates run away.
And they got a piece of 17.
Piece of 17, slow them down. They're going to attack with 16.
Well done.
This is called a bump and run. Slow down your opponents and let your teammates run. Pretty shifty out here. I think there's a big lefty going on right now, which is why the lead Roger Williams boat's all jibed. Roger Williams is sailing really well right now. And they maybe lost a couple more races in the first round that they would have liked, but they started out this round 2-0 and look to be on their way to a third win. I think you said earlier it's kind of about when getting hot at the right time and carrying that momentum forward.
Want to be sailing better at the end of the regatta than you are at the beginning. That's for sure.
So Roger Williams looks pretty solidly in control in this race. We'll keep tabs on it from here, but maybe we'll switch to the second race and see what's happening as they approach the weather mark. Can you pan right to the weather mark and zoom in on the next group? 4, 5, 6, 13, 14, 15. So here we are, the second race of this set. We have Tulane 4-5-6 sailing against Georgetown 13, 14, 15.
Tulane looking pretty strong here, I'd say.
Yeah.
Maybe a 1-2-3.
Yeah.
If they can take care of 15.
Ooh. Is 15 going around? Yep.
A remarkable job by
Wow.
15.
Yeah, I was going to say, that very easily could have gone the other way. 15's doing a great job of keeping the one and allowing his teammates to catch up a little bit.
Unlike Roger Williams in that first race. Looked like Tulane was winning all three pairs and failed to convert it into the easy 1-2-3. But that's not to take away from the amazing job that 15 did to stick it in there around in the one and mix it up from here.
So it looks like 6 did get inside of 15. So I'm going to give Tulane a 1, 3, 4 at the moment. Georgetown boat jibed high. We'll see how that shakes out.
Race that could have been a bit of a snooze fest has turned into an absolute dogfight.
Yeah.
Looks like Brown Harvard's on their first beat, just in the background of the race that's going downwind. Looked like a pretty messy start.
Big left shifts.
What do you think the average race length is?
In time,
Correct.
10 minutes.
Not necessarily interested in the nautical
The
mileage.
10, 12 minutes. I think that's kind of the target time for these races. Well, in the foreground, I think Roger Williams is looking pretty solid again. Against Dartmouth, we remain with the Tulane Georgetown race.
Looks like Georgetown in a play 4, maybe? Or Tulane in a play 2.
I think Tulane's in a play 2 here.
I concur.
So Georgetown looks to be in a 1.56. Though it looks to be pretty close. All right, Georgetown's going to round in the 1. Tulane jibing, but into an overlap, so that Georgetown boat can luff number 5. I see a hand up.
I see a hand.
I see 2 hands up.
That's a classic situation.
Green flag from the umpires, no foul.
Breeze is definitely down.
Down right there. And maybe some tacking on this beat, on this reach. Pretty puffy shifty. I was just thinking about all these lefties that I was seeing.
If you're
now this big righty.
If you're the team that's behind, you don't mind seeing a little craziness.
No, for sure.
When the going gets weird, the weird get going.
For those at home keeping tabs, it does look like Roger Williams was able to beat Dartmouth in that first race of the round.
Despite the tacking and all the shifts, Tulane holding on to that play 2. First boat tacks out. Go.
The only thing I didn't like about that is that one boat ended up doing 3 tacks right at the mark
Concur.
to cover. Maybe they could have divided up a little bit better and made it easier on themselves.
I think that's how Billy Ward likes to set up the weave. The depressed point, I believe he calls it.
Tulane still looking like they're in a 2-3-4.
Tulane looking pretty strong here.
Yeah.
We've seen a couple of these races go inside out just at the top. By no means over. Looks like we had a boat from the Brown Harvard race feature.
Tulane doing a really nice job of kind of dividing up those guys, balancing as they come back. You can see the boat on the far right, luffing their jib, controlling when they get back and interact with the other boats. That was a good time to tack by 14 to get away. Maybe do a little switch here. Let 5 go out with them. Yep. So Georgetown is still in a 156. Tulane pretty solid. Play 2. See the finish line in our view.
What's going on here?
Why is 5 luffing? Is that what you're asking?
Correct.
Are they barely laying? Yeah, I think they were just shooting up to lay. So I'm going to give that one to Tulane, 2-3-4. Good job kind of all the way around the track from the weather mark on, holding that 2-3-4. Let's zoom down to the leeward mark and watch Harvard Brown. So that's the second race of that flight, and the third race that Charlie and I are both interested in is this dogfight of a Harvard Brown. These two teams are on the leeward leg between marks 3 and 4, just beyond that telephone pole in our view.
What do we got for colors, Clay?
Great question, Charlie. Harvard is in the pink boats, 7, 8, 9. Brown in the black boats, 10, 11, 12.
Brown with the play 4.
Here we go. It would appear that, oh, I see some hands going up.
Nice.
Would appear that Brown is in a play 4. 9 is spinning.
Either self-elected or correct, self-elected.
All right, so
This would be a good way for Brown to get off the schneid. What better way to gain some confidence going into the final few races of the round of 8 than taking down the current regatta leader?
all right, so Brown still in the play 4. Eight looking to do a pass back with their teammate on the to the right side in our screen. 10's going to start engaging. Is this pair to the left side further upwind? Is 10 looking for an opportunity to go play 1?
Tough to say.
It looks like 9's poking out on 11. Yep, so 11's going to tack out and
That
8 will
was
go
just
with.
a matter of time.
But the question is, how does it compare? Couldn't cross. 7's going to switch on to 11.
Ooh,
Ooh, interesting.
I had Harvard gain in that exchange there.
Interesting move by that Harvard boat 7 to let that Brown boat go.
Ooh,
All right.
okay,
Duck.
okay. Right looks pretty strong.
All right, we're about halfway up this beat.
All of a sudden, Brown seems to have the upper hand here.
Well, let's see. I would put 7 ahead of 11. I think 10's in the 1.
Harvard's still in the play 2 here.
Harvard's in the 2, but they need to balance it out. Here comes play boat 10 to get involved. Maybe a double pin.
Put themselves precariously bow back on numero ocho.
Yeah, I think a 7 needs to be really careful not to sail into this double pin. They need to clamp on 11, and they are.
At some point, does
I can't tell the depth with 12. Like, should 12 be looking to tack?
Before they get pinned.
Well, I think they're pinned right now by 9. He keeps looking over his shoulder.
Ooh, yes.
I see some arms going up in the air. Green flag. Oh.
12.
Whoa.
12 get onto port there for a hot minute.
I see some flags being reached for.
This is a real bloodbath.
Yeah. Finish line is just coming into view on the right side of our screen. I would say there's mostly port tack left.
Oh, that's a
Oh.
big dial. And is he going to get a piece of 7? No, gave up 7, so Brown's play 2 or bust here.
I see 11 and 9 spinning.
Bust, also an acronym for Brown University Sailing Team.
Good plug.
Got to get the pin on 8 here.
So I think 7 is coming in first.
I think Harvard wins this with a play 1.
Yeah. And 8's just going to sail to the starboard tackle A line and tack over and finish with a 1-2.
I mean, pick your poison. They're leading the pair on the right, and they're leading the pair on the left. So we play 1 with 8.
Yeah, 1 for Harvard. I think a 2 for Harvard, but 1, 2, and maybe a 5. So Harvard is going to take that race off of Brown.
That was chippy.
That was chippy. These teams race against each other a lot. I think they practice together quite a bit.
I think they do spring break together.
Do spring break together, so there's certainly some familiarity there. All right, so that's going to complete the 4th flight of this round of 8.
But it looks like we already have a
Yeah,
couple teams on the water ready to roll again.
yeah. Well, I think this last race just took a little while because it was a knife fight and a lot of slow team racing. So that allowed some other teams to get down to the starting line. So I don't anticipate much of a break here. I think that we can roll right into it. And the first race of Flight 5 is going to be Dartmouth against Stanford. And they're down at the starting line getting ready to go. Dartmouth is going to be in the red boats, 1, 2, 3, sailing against Stanford, and the blue boats, 16, 17, 18. Glancing at my computer and checking out so far the results of this round of 8. Harvard sailing well, 3-0. Roger Williams sailing well, 3-0. Tulane, 2-1. And the other 5 teams all below 500 for the first 3 races so far. So a lot of parity. And overall, Harvard's going to remain in first, 17-1. Stanford, 14-4, 3 races behind. Roger Williams, 13-5, 1 race behind Stanford. And Navy and Georgetown kind of hanging out right below those guys at 11-7. As we start to think about what, a top 4 might look like.
not for nothing, Stanford's got to win this race. Keep pace here.
Yeah. Stanford certainly needs to keep rattling off some wins if they want to keep pace and have a shot at Harvard.
If I'm not mistaken, Stanford won its first race over Harvard.
They did.
It's going to be an important race in this round for a host of reasons. It's kind of getting to the point where if Harvard wins, could render the Final Four somewhat irrelevant.
When Harvard races Stanford again.
And if Stanford wins,
It'll be the tiebreaker.
It'll be the tiebreaker, and it'll keep them within only a couple.
Right. Now that race is going to be the last race of this round of 8.
It's like the rotation builds suspense. It's like
Yeah.
it does it on purpose. Got 3 blue and red pairs evenly spaced on the starting line down there, or at least their approach to. Pin pair back on port. Sometimes in situations like that, they end up not being the pin pair anymore. We had a couple good battles down at the pin, didn't we, Clay?
Yeah, we did.
That's where they put the big kids, generally. Where do you like to start? How much do you weigh? 190? Down at the pin, please. Nobody did it better than Brian Lake, though, huh?
Oh my gosh. He was incredible.
Just incredible. I think that kid could foil an FJ.
Maybe. I remember my freshman year, the Nationals were at the Gorge, and I had a bet against one of my fellow Harvard teammates that Brian Lake would start at the pin, which we defined as within 3 boats of the pin, in 17 of 18 races. And I think he did it in 17 of 18 races.
I think he had half the points of his closest competitor.
He was incredible. Really talented sailor. Okay, back to this year's Nationals. Dartmouth and Stanford just started.
We had Dartmouth in the red.
Dartmouth red, Stanford blue. I see a blue boat spinning. So all 6 boats off the line coming towards us.
Tough to get a read on that course right pair.
Yeah. I think 17 is ahead of 3 there. 3 is ahead of 18. The left side of our screen, 16's winning their pair with 1. Who do you think's got the 1 here, Charlie?
The last best breeze. Well, I was going to say 16,
Well,
but
the fact that both 16 and 1 tacked
not a
away
good sign.
tells me that there's a lefty going on.
Correct. Which is what I was kind of
And here comes 16 back.
getting at, but there it is. Pretty phasey at the top.
Yeah. Stanford all of a sudden looking quite strong here.
Sure do. $17 with a few better maneuvers than 3 there.
Yeah, I think Stanford definitely had the better exchange. looks to be in a 1-2, and 18's caught up a little bit too. They were pretty deep after spinning at the start.
Oh, 3 trying to get it back. Maybe a little flag frustration there. Certainly if they don't get that call.
I didn't see a hand go up, did you?
No, I just saw kind of like a giant flail to windward.
Yep, all right.
But
and
maybe it
it's
was enough to get 2 across. No, it was not.
All right. So Stanford's going to round in a 1-2 because 18 pinning 2 or 3. I think Stanford's going to be in a 1-2-4 here.
Sure looks like it. One of those. Our perception is quite bad, but the luffing jib would be the tell.
Yep. So Stanford rounds this weather mark against Dartmouth in a 1-2-4.
This would be a great win for Stanford. Keep pace with the Crimson.
That Stanford team is really quick.
Sure seem it.
I think that's certainly an advantage for this team. So they get into these situations with a 1-2 and get a little space, and good luck keeping up.
Stanford's been churning out good teams here for a while.
They're very talented. Very talented, recruit well, coach really well. I mean, they have 4 phenomenal rock star team race coaches in Chris Clevin, Sean Harvey, Augie Dale, and Lachlan McGranahan. 2 of them are practicing with the squad every single day and pushing them on the water. So it's no doubt that they're always very good.
Expect that second race to get started here pretty soon. Who's on deck?
Yeah, so the second race is going to be Navy against Tulane. That race is coming up, followed by Brown Roger Williams.
Ooh.
Stanford rounding with a 1-2.
Looks like it's turned into a 1-2-5. Rounding in a puff. Last race we saw, everyone was kind of sitting in on that 3-4 reach. Nice breeze there as they round mark 4.
So what I like to do in this situation is I wait until my first opponent's about to tack, and then I send my first place boat, kind of like Stanford just did. And then he can come back if needed. There they come back. You can see in the background 18 luffing their jib, trying to slow down 1, keep an ace behind them, just in case something goes wrong up front.
Plenty of breeze there at mark 4.
Yeah, it looks, they're hiking.
Yeah. 14 some odd knots maybe.
So Stanford looking pretty good here. 17's doing a great job getting in front of 2, covering them. 16 sailing fast. They're both ahead of 3. Hard to see on the screen, but I think there's quite a bit of lateral separation between 16 and 3. And they're teed up for a nice puff, too. You see 16?
Yes.
They're sailing in some dark water. See the Dartmouth boat coming back from the left, and not really much there. Here's the finish line, just to the right side of our screen. Stanford's not quite laying, but they'll do a couple more tacks, and I think they're going to take this win.
Look pretty strong.
Can we go down to the start and watch Tulane Navy, I think it is?
Much needed win there for the Stanford Cardinal. Try to keep pace with folks from Harvard. For Dartmouth, that'll make them 1-3 in this round of 8.
So on the first beat is Navy, 4-5-6, Tulane, 13, 14, 15. We should jump to that race if we can.
As you can see here from the view, second deck of the Southern Yacht Club, the thunderstorms that had built up on the other side of Lake Pontchartrain have cleared out. It's left some nice breeze.
So we can see in the foreground the Stanford and Dartmouth boats sailing in. Stanford did, in fact, take that race with a 1-2. In the background, we're going to pick up the next race in this rotation, in this flight. Navy in 4-5-6 sailing against Tulane in 13, 14, 15. Pretty condensed there as they approach Mark 1. I think Tulane's actually looking pretty strong at the moment. Maybe with an opportunity to go 1-2.
At least.
I think 6 was holding 14 out for a second.
Which you got to kind of ask yourself why.
All right, so Tulane is going to be 1-2-5.
Five.
Oh, I see a red flag up, and I see 13 spinning.
Ooh.
Interesting. Okay.
Play 4 here for Tulane by the time they're done with the
Yep. So
second merry-go-round.
Tulane as the 1.
And the 4-6.
And the 4-6. Does 14 have a shot at 4? Not really a good grip. I didn't see what happened there. Did you catch that?
The foul?
Yeah.
I did not. Maybe it was on the trailing boat as they came in and tried to tack around.
Tulane in the 1-5-6, Navy 2-3-4. Can see boat 5 coming over to help out if needed.
Interesting here when it comes back together. But to me, looks like Navy's going to hold on to the play 2 at Mark 3.
This is an important race for both of these teams as we start to think of the round of 4.
Ooh, 14 might have a piece there. 14's got a piece of 4.
Okay.
Where are your teammates for? Don't think it's going to be quite enough for them to convert into a play 1,
I see
but
14 spinning right now too.
Thirteen's got 4.
Yeah.
Early release. Maybe not.
All right, so Tulane is successfully converted to a play 4, 1-4-5. Navy 2-3-6. On this bottom reach. Navy doing the double clamp on 13, hoping to drive him back, close that gap so that they can split off and try to convert to a play 2. Looks like they're going to try and split off and do it right now. Here we go, 2 competing passbacks. I think on the left of our screen that passback's happened.
Agree.
You know, I think it's really important once the passback's happened, you stop slowing and you start going again. Because you need to make sure that your pair of 3 is ahead of the other pair of 3. It also looks like the Tulane, the other side, they kind of gave up on that pass back. And it's come back to the middle.
Got to give credit to that Navy boat. Screen left, course right. I mean, if they still...
I don't think they're... Do you think they're holding them? They're just off screen for our viewers. Yeah, we're talking about the left side of our screen here, whether that boat is still pinning them or not. I think that green boat is bow out.
I think they can tack.
I think they're just riding a big lift. Yeah, see?
Well across.
Yeah.
Which begs the question, why would you just hang? Lead out of there.
I think they were winding up in a nice puff.
Just trying to move their pair forward.
Yeah. So 4 is ahead of 14.
Tulane looks pretty good here.
But just coming into our screen, we have 15 and 13. I think 15 and 13 are probably thinking play 1. 13 is making sure that they're on top of 5 so that 5 doesn't have an opportunity to get to their teammate, 15.
You see what I mean about 5, though?
What's that?
Tacked outside 13, outside the shift.
Yeah.
13's now to weather a 5, having started to lure to 5.
Mm.
Not a lot of passing lanes there on that side.
13 is definitely balancing 5, trying to allow their teammate in 15 to sail forward.
I think it'll be a pretty clean play 1 here for Tulane.
Yeah, here's the finish line in our view.
Famous last words.
I think they're laying.
Yeah.
And it looks like Tulane is going to take this race with a 1-2, which is a big race for Tulane as they improve to 11-8, and Navy drops to 11-8. So 4th, 5th, and 6th are all sitting on 11 wins.
Just watch Tulane coach Charles Higgins take a celebratory bite of sandwich as the green wave improves. Should have Brown and Roger Williams here on this last beat if we pan slightly to the left.
So yeah, here we are in the third race of this flight. Brown is going to be in 7, 8, 9, the pink boats. Roger Williams, 10, 11, 12, the black boats.
Roger Williams looks pretty strong here.
Roger Williams is sailing well.
12 goes on 8. 10 and 11 cross.
Ooh.
Oh, didn't see that coming.
Yeah, interesting.
Pretty wild tack there by 7. Just attack right back.
Let's see how it looks with 11 coming in here. I think 11's crossing everybody.
Seven go. Ooh. 7's doing a lot of work here. Unfortunately.
All right, so 12's in front of 8 coming from the right. 10's in front of 9.
7's got a pin. 12. Yeah. It's not going to end well for the
Of this race, George.
on the Olympic.
I don't